Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. Next, we have Mrs. Ursuline Blackett.
We want to thank Ursula Blackett for the prayer. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get on to the show. This Panorama 2023 Small Conventional Semi-Finals here at Victoria Square as we celebrate 60 years of Panorama. The Diamond Anniversary 1963 to 2023 Panorama Jubilation, nothing sweeter than Pan, and we await the arrival of our first band. There are 30 bands playing for us here today, so we're going to get a variety of music. Let's just give you a little rundown of some of the bands that will be coming until the first band is ready for the judges. We'll be hearing from Fascinators Pan Symphony, Panyard Genesis Pan Groove, Simple Songs Steel Orchestra, Arima Golden Symphony, West Side Symphony, Musical Gems Steel Orchestra, Sound of Music Steel Orchestra. That's just the first sort of 7 bands that you'll be hearing. As I said, we have 30 bands here this afternoon. Alicia, perhaps you can tell our audience who our judges are for the show here today.
So those with the responsibility of doing the scoring this afternoon are Dr. Roger Henry, Joanna Short, Kenrick Noel, Lorna Conyett, Michelle Dowridge, and Joanna.
And a very good afternoon to one and all as we welcome you here to Victoria Square in Port of Spain for the start of the action here. This, of course, is the Small Conventional Steel Orchestra semi-final, a big day for Pan. 30 bands getting ready to face the judges here today, and we anticipate it's going to be a really outstanding night or afternoon and into evening and into night of fun as these bands look to make it through to the grand final a week from today at the Queen's Park Savannah. And we anticipate that it will be a very interesting night of Pan, serious competition, and may the best band, with 14 of them, are expected to make it through to the final. So we're hoping that it will be another fantastic night of Pan, but I think they have to withstand the competition. Now, the band you're seeing on stage, of course, is out of the eastern region of Trinbago, and they, of course, will be hoping to maintain their winning ways. They were leaders coming out of the preliminaries when the judges, when the Pan sides were, the orchestras were judged in their respective Pan theatres. And they were just 1 point ahead of the defending champions. So naturally they'll be hoping that they can maybe get some separation, if anything, from the uptown Fascinators. And isn't that ironic? Fascinators Pan Symphony with long time 272 points, 1 point ahead of Uptown Fascinators with their dollar wine, 271 points. They tally there for them. So it's expected to be a fantastic night of fun, and the band is just getting set up here. The first of 30 bands, as we say, and we anticipate that it's going to could be a fairly long night, depending on how quickly the bands are on and off stage, and the organizers can get them on and off stage. And I think that has always been a challenge in a lot of instances. And hopefully tonight they'll be able to make sure that they get it down quickly. I see Mr. Moranci is out there doing his bit and assisted by a host of others. So hopefully they'll be able to organize that quickly, get the bands on and off. As quickly as possible and allow the competition to flow quickly. Now again, in the small conventional category, in terms of the number of players permitted in this category, in the preliminaries, between 45 and 60. Same thing in the semi-finals, and a similar thing in the finals. So between 45 and 60 players, and that is panists, percussionists, and everybody else. So, and this band looks like it has a full complement of players. A fairly young band, and a lot of young ladies as well as young men as well. Just trying to get themselves sorted out. Again, band number 1, Fascinators Pan Symphony, out of number 1 Lamy Street Inn. As you can see, the players are just getting themselves ready to perform in their black t-shirts with the Fascinators Fan Symphony emblazoned across their chest, and pretty soon they should be ready to perform. Like I said, they really sounded beautifully in their fan theater in Tunapuna. Challenge now is for them to replicate that or even improve on that here at Victoria Square, and then on to the Savannah. That is always the goal of any panist performing in a band, is to make sure that they can get to the finals and showcase their talents there. Of course, as you know, their tune of choice is by Alphonsus Castle, the Arrow. Long time. And of course, the arranger for this band is no stranger to the pan world, and a very familiar name on that in terms of Amrit Samaru, the son of Jit Samaru, Dr. Jit Samaru, the late Dr. Jit Samaru. And Amrit is developing a wonderful CV of his own, and really charting his own course. And of course, he is building the Supernovas, the first citizen Supernovas outfit out there in Kelly Village, in Surrey Village I should say, in Lopino. But here he is now, not too far in Tunapuna now, not just down the road, trying to see if he could get the Fascinators into Winners Row as well. So of course the officials, they have to count the players, because remember it is a competition, so they have to stay within the limits between the 45 and 60 players for this category. So everybody in a t-shirt more or less will be counted once they're behind their pans or behind their instruments. And once they've done those counts, then they'll be able to give the signal that they're ready to go. And we should hear band number 1 here this evening, the Fascinators Pan Symphony out of Lamy Street in Tunapuna. The leader is Makeda Defoe. The tuner is Jared Clark. Of course, long time from way back in 1984 by Alphonsus Arrow Castle. Is Leston Paul, and the arranger is Amrit Samaru. So this is semi-final day here at the Victoria Square.
To be here for you today. Let's hear a round of applause for them. So on stage,
and Fascinators, of course, playing in position number 1, the leaders of the competition, so to speak. And so now it's just a question of them reproducing their force. Of course, the Fascinators came into being in 1997, a result of joining 2 bands, Nocturne Fascinators and Pan Symphony, both residing in the Tunapuna El Dorado district. Nocturne Fascinators, that was founded back in the 50s, and Pan Symphony in 1971. But now they're ready to face the judges. Here we go with band number 1, Fascinators, with Long Time, arranged by Amrit Samaru. And that was band number 1. What a sterling performance indeed from the Fascinators Pan Symphony out of Lamy Street in Tunapuna. And what a performance indeed. And if you would have heard their performance in the preliminaries, you would have seen or would have heard that there's quite a lot of work done cleaning up certain aspects of the band, and no doubt trying to get it as clean as possible and as precise as possible in order to get them to get the nod from the judges. They're looking for points. That's basically what this is about. And no doubt they give themselves an amazing chance at doing so with this performance here. Really was a strong performance from the band. And our congratulations to them on a fine display. Band number 1, one of 30, of course, the National Panorama Small Conventional Semi-Finals here at Victoria Square, and it's coming to here on 360 TV. And no doubt a lot of anticipation would have gone into this, a lot of hard work by all the players to make sure that they had everything down pat, and here they are now after performing that little, this is what you want to do. You want to get through the performance, of course, safely, but you really envision life after the performance quite often, because more than anything else, you want to give a flawless performance. And I think Fascinators did themselves very, very proud indeed. And so they really set the tone here now for the rest of the competition. So it certainly has been a good year so far for the Fascinators Pan Symphony. And we want to wish them all the best going forward. Remember, they had 272 points coming into today's semi-final, so hopefully they'll be able to build on that. And again, our congratulations to Amrit Samaru. I could actually see him walking in the crowd there. He must be a very, very happy man indeed. And again, you can Fascinator, it aligns itself and commits itself to the betterment of youth via the national instrument. To this end, they have partnered with the H. Dorado West Secondary School and the community with whom they enjoy working with the teachers and members of the community. Most recently, they have entered candidates into the Steve Pan Music Festival. Pan is Beautiful. And they placed 10th and 8th overall in the soloist category. So it's been a wonderful experience, I would imagine, for a number of these youngsters, many of them out of the Tunapuna El Dorado community and of course the school in that area. So they naturally would want to see the band do well, and boy, have they set the marker here this evening. And they would give way now to band number 2. And of course, Fascinators, they got an invitation back in 2015 to perform in Australia. So they've done themselves and the country very proud indeed. Of course, Johan Popwell arranged for the band in 2020, Trouble in the Morning. In 2019, he arranged for them again. I come out to party. So they've worked with some renowned arrangers. Now they're working with Amrit Samaru, another outstanding arranger, and hopefully they'll be able to get themselves cracking. Once again, we just heard from one band, and band number 1, the Fascinators Band Symphony with Long Time. And I'm getting ready for band number 2 here this evening, the Genesis Band Group, another band out of the East. And they're using the Harmonites Band Theatre on Lady Young Road in Barataria, just behind the gas station there, between the Eastern Main Road and the Priority Bus Route. Originally Genesis would have been out of the, almost out of the Curep area as well. Very good. I'll bring him out here. I'll bring him to sit here. Bring the chair now. Bring him over. They come here. No problem. Thanks so much.
One. Hey.
That's a long hike, you know, man. So we gotta go all Okay, as we're standing by here for band number 2, the Genesis Pan Groove, we have Mr. Dolly from us here with us. What, Karen, you said? Karen Dolly, who of course is part of the executive for the Fascinators Pan Symphony. Give me your impressions of the performance tonight.
Well, we are very pleased with our performance tonight. This afternoon, we put in a lot of hard work, every night drilling, getting these guys ready to come out tonight, and I think we are very satisfied. Just as the band finished, I had a look at the arranger, and he seemed very pleased today, so we are very happy to see.
I saw Amrit as well, yeah, you know, but the band has had, you had Johan Popwell, who's a very good arranger.
Yes.
Now you have Amrit, who's also working with the band. What is the feedback you're getting from these arrangers, and how are the youngsters gravitating to the music?
Well, the youngsters, the players, they're enjoying it. They're enjoying it. When we were with Mr. Popper, we had a lot of success as well too. Every year we would make the finals. We even top the preliminaries a couple of times back. You know, so this year we decided to make a change. You know, and we got Amrit, and we same success we are having. So we're just hoping that we'll take this one straight to the final. The youngsters are they're enjoying it. You know, and we really hope that we'll take this one straight to the top.
From what you heard from the preliminaries to today. What I've heard and what I'm hearing today, I know a lot of work went in, as you mentioned there.
Yes.
So I know a lot went in. But which areas you felt that the band, the focus was? Because I heard a little piece inside there with the tenors that he kind of held for a while, you know, and other little parts that he cleaned up.
Yeah, well, the arranger, he made a few minor changes in the arrangement itself, but I think the focus getting ready for this semi-final was to drill the band to make sure that all the players execute exactly the way that the arranger would have wanted them to execute the music. And we had our drill masters, they worked very hard, the drill sessions were, but I think the focus was to really get the players to execute the arrangement with the one or two minor changes that we had.
Now I know that the Tonopuna area, what is the feedback in the community for the band?
The community is very happy for us right now because, you know, when you're in top, everybody looks a winner. So the result from the preliminaries encouraged, and we have a lot of supporters on the other side. You know, they came down in their numbers today, coming to support Fascinators from the El Dorado area. Last night, they were out in the Panyard last night, all smiles, all positive vibes in the Panyard coming into the semi-final today. So we really hope that we're gonna perform very well. We performed very well already, and we hope the results are in our favor.
So you know, you all set the stage now, so everybody.
that was the idea. That was the idea to come out. We didn't want to pull band number 1, but sometimes these things happen. So we decided that, you know what, we're gonna lead from the front this afternoon. We're gonna set the pace, and we're gonna have everybody a little bit worried after hearing us. That was our intention. Have them worried coming out, knowing what they have to beat as they come down the rest of the evening.
Let me just tell you something. It has happened before. Bands have played number 1 and won from position number 1. So
and by God's grace, it's going to happen this evening as well too.
Congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for stopping by. Yeah. So again, the Fascinators Pan Symphony, band number 1, performing here at the Victoria Square location, and now it's up to the other bands to try their best to see if they could do it. Genesis Pan Groove with Bundem by Leroy Callis, the Black Stallion, who of course passed away recently, and we certainly again send out our condolences to the family, his wife, and all the other members of the family. And of course, we know that his music will live on. Because it's such rich music that he's left us with. We can't help but really marvel at the way that he's been able to put it all together. But we're getting ready now for band number 2, the Genesis Pan Groove, operating out of the Harmonites Pan Theatre on Lady on Road in Barataria. Terry Ann Roberts and Jabari Narayan are the leaders. The tuner is Andy Niels. The tune of choice, Bundem, from 1991 by Leroy Callis, the Black Stallion, and David Yundi is the arranger of the band. Again, playing in position number 2, coming in with 233 points, from the
Before this band actually starts the performance,
preliminaries,
members have requested that everyone stand for 1 minute.
and they're going to do a minute silence in, of course, in a tribute to and in memory of Leroy Callis, the Black Stallion.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, band number 2.
So we're getting ready now for band number 2 as they pay their tribute to the Black Stallion, and it's his music that they're going to be performing here today. We're live here on 360 TV. A very good evening, good afternoon to one and all. Welcome again as we get ready for band number 2. Genesis Pan Groove playing Bondem by Leroy Callis and arranged by David Yundi.
Let's hear it for band number 2, Genesis Pan Groove, playing Stallions.
The Genesis Pan Groove doing it in position number 2, Bondem from 1991 by the late great Dr. Leroy Callis, the Black Stallion, and putting on a fantastic show. What a much improved performance indeed from them here this evening, and certainly one that I'm sure they'll be very, very proud of given their status, and no doubt Hyundai would have been very, very pleased with this performance here today. You can really tell that they've worked hard, they've really upped the game just that little bit. So they obviously did everything in their power to try to get into this position, and they've certainly done very well indeed. And so that's 2 down, and we have 28 more to go. And once again, welcome to 360 TV here as we bring you live coverage of the semi-finals of Trinbago's small conventional steel orchestra competition. And remember, 14 bands are hoping to impress the judges enough so they can make it all the way to the finals a week from today in the big yard in the Queen's Park, Savannah. And that, of course, is the ultimate goal here. Well, the first one is to get into the finals, and of course the ultimate would be to win it all as far as possible and see if it is in the stars for them to really get the judges' nod. But they've really done themselves a big service here, and they really put their hands up for this success here this evening. And we do have Mr. Ash has just joined us. He's soaking wet from having conducted the band. Come in this way. Having conducted the band, and we'll get to the interview in a minute, because I just want to make sure that everything is A-OK, and we certainly, but Genesis, I remember a couple of years ago I was doing the large bands in the East, and I went to the Genesis Band Theatre. They were right there, and the little loop by Yui there, just behind Sforzata, and so they were just right there in that little loop. So I just wanted to see how this band has grown, because they were in that large category, but they are one of the few bands that went from small, medium to large, and now they're back to small, because I think in 2015 they were a small band, and they went to medium, then they went to large in 2017, and now they're back in small. So the band has kind of gone through some changes here at the moment, but as soon as we have all the technical things sorted out, they'll be able to do the interview. And so give me your feelings about the band's performance. I know I'll give you a chance to catch your breath here a little bit.
Thank you, Askin. I think the band they did pretty well. What people won't realize is that the band never got to run it on the track. So in other words, we never warmed up. Due to some situations beyond our control, the band actually came down to the Savannah, to the venue here, Victoria Square, right before to go on stage. So we literally just offloaded and put everything straight to the stage. Right. There was no time to warm up. Nobody was able to rehearse, so it was like a bomb tune coming. It was like a bomb tune.
Coming like stealth, just appear on the scene.
Yeah.
And
but I also think that the band did extremely well given the circumstances. And I'm definitely confident that they would be able to make it to the next round.
And you know, I asked people that listen from the preliminaries to now, how big a difference. I mean, I heard the band in the preliminaries, and I was impressed then, but I'm even more impressed now based on the set of fire that you all put in the song now.
Well, you haven't seen fire yet, because I'm telling you now, once Genesis makes it to the finals, I have a surprise in store for you, but I'll leave it right there. In terms of the preliminary round, I think the band was really, I mean, they did well given the situation, but in terms of rehearsals and stuff, they were unprepared. And so, as much as the arrangement would have been good, the performance of it lost a lot of marks. And I think they really redeemed themselves this round by really coming out, because I could tell you now, about 2 to 3 nights ago, I had reached where I needed to go where drilling of this band is concerned. So much that yesterday, all we did was meet for section practice and I dismissed them. That's how they were able to come together and actually execute so well on the go without even having a warm-up.
You know, I ask people this, you're saying like 2 or 3 days ago you felt you had reached, but when did you think that they actually got the song? When?
I would say 3 days ago, and that was when we put it together. The entire band was there. Everybody worked hard for that 3 hour of rehearsal, and at the end of that rehearsal I said we have something to go forward with. I have one surprise for the finals once we get there, and you know how it goes from there. It's all going to go down.
Well, the last time we spoke, we were going through 30 bands.
Yes.
In the small category, in the single band category. But here we are in the small category. Put on your Trinbago hat now. I mean, I think a lot of people are actually looking forward to today because it promises so much.
Well, in Trinbago capacity, I could definitely say now that 16 bands will now be going to the finals and not 14. Our reason for that is because we proposed to put 12 bands in medium and large into the finals, and we already carried more than the amount for the single band. So it would have been fair to raise the number of bands going into the finals for the small, and a decision was taken by the Central Executive of Trinbago earlier today to have 2 added bands go into the finals. After all, it is the 60th anniversary of Panorama, our Diamond Jubilee, and we intend to celebrate. So the more the merrier where that is concerned. And as regards to Trinbago, I think that the steel bands are really outdoing themselves. On a personal note, it took a lot for us to come here, and if you know anything about Genesis with David Yandi as the arranger, David, you know me from Silver Stars. However, how I got involved with Genesis is because David Yandi is my son, my adopted son. I taught him, I mean, he's 21 years of age.
Humble
and
beginnings.
Very humble. David was born in the US. He came to Trinidad and Tobago. His mother was murdered and he eventually was adopted, and then eventually I took him over and taught him a lot. Now he's going to UTT. He's a final year student at the University of Trinidad and Tobago, and he was given this opportunity through Leon Smooth Edwards. Told Genesis, use David Yandi, and then the next thing you know is history. If David is going there, I have to give my support, and that's how I got there.
Well, keep it in the family,
of course,
kind of thing, and make sure it works. And again, I don't know how people could judge it, but the work that is being done at UTT right now, I think it exceeded all expectations.
I think UE and UTT is doing a magnificent job. Band number 1, Fascinators, was a UE graduate, Amrit Samaru. As a matter of fact, the drill masters, and they were also UE graduates. And then band number 2, we have UTT. Not even a graduate yet, a student with that caliber of music. Band number 3 coming on there is UTT. You actually have a minimum of 10 lineups of UTT students and about almost the same amount of UE graduates that are here to fight the veterans this evening. And it's going to be a lovely battle. You actually see the changing of the guards now. The old isn't letting go, you know, and they're damn right. You could still beat and teach. But the young persons are showing, hey, I coming up to challenge you now. And that is exciting, and that's why I say Pan will never die.
We've sitting here and we look at the young faces that we're seeing spread across all the bands. And I think the message is getting through to these bands that, they have to invest in the youth. And I think a lot of them are taking that on board and running with it.
Definitely. I think Trinbago in itself has definitely taken that stance of investing in the youth as well. Beverly Ramsey Moore has certainly invested. I mean, I am a young person on her executive. We have Laurent Events Committee made up of young persons. We do a lot of youthful events to bring out soloists, arrangers, and those things, tuners, you actually see where the young persons are now taking that keen interest in the instrument, and that in itself shows a level of success that we have come a long way in over 60 years.
Well, it certainly has been. Ash, thanks so much for stopping
No
by.
problem.
I know you have other duties to perform,
Yes, I
but I'm
do.
sure I'll be chatting with you later on. And you can
Okay.
always stop by later and go, because we have a long night here.
No problem.
As well. So, again, congratulations to the Genesis Steel, Genesis Pan Groove. But now we get ready for band number 3. Simple Song from Pinto Road in Arima. Of course, Wendell Bowen is the leader, and Out and Bad is the tune of choice from 2022. Aaron St. Louis, the voice, and Kendall Bowen is the arranger for the band. Band number 3, Simple Song, Steel Orchestra with Out and Bad, playing in position number 3, looking nice and resplendent in their red, white, and black polo shirts. And they took their bow, so I think they're ready to go. Simple Sound Steel Orchestra out of Pinto Road, 188 Pinto Road in Arima. And of course, Out and Bad voice very much in the house here at Victoria Square. It's the Trinbago's small conventional steel orchestra's semi-final action, and it's coming to you here on 360 TV. We hope you're enjoying it, and another solid performance indeed from a band that has been around now for over 42 years and counting. The band has been actively involved in numerous music festivals and panorama competitions since its inception, and has made it to the national finals on a number of occasions. The Simple Sound Steel Orchestra, of course located in Arima in Pinto Road in Santa Rosa, has been involved in numerous community initiatives since the beginning, including an annual community children's party, and after Parang for a few years, Simple Song has been contributing to the upliftment of the youth of Pinto Road in Santa Rosa Park in Arima, Demerara Heights, and surrounding areas by teaching them the national instrument of Trinidad and Tobago, the Simple Song Steel Orchestra. Of course, hoping to make it into the finals with another strong performance here in the semi-finals, and they no doubt would be keeping their fingers crossed that the judges will see it their way. But again, you can just see the commitment, and it must be said that midway through their performance, the rains came down, but they didn't skip a beat, they just kept going. And such is the commitment from this band and the players, and they ought to be commended, because when the rain fell, some of them were uncovered literally. So it would have been interesting to see, you know, if it would have affected them. But I think it just kind of gave them energy, and they just seemed to just be more enthused and more determined to finish the job what they started. They certainly did it, and they no doubt came up trumps. And they certainly have done themselves a world of good. Okay, we've just been joined here by Kendall Bowen, who of course is the arranger for the band, the Simple Song Steel Orchestra. Simple Song playing a big song.
Out and Bad, a very big song, very big song.
Yeah, how you felt about the performance?
I felt really great about this performance. Really great. The players executed, the vibe was there, the energy was there.
Did the rain give you a little lift as well? Because it just seems as if it just added to the whole atmosphere right now. It didn't seem to affect them negatively at all.
I wouldn't let anything affect my band. Weather can't stop that. Come out to enjoy yourself and execute the music at the best of our ability, and that is exactly what we did out there.
All right, well,
I'm sure about that.
And that's good. And because I played, you know, on the radio, I try to play as many of the bands as possible. Okay. And I did play your piece from the preliminaries, and I was listening to it, and I'm listening now to what you performed here today. And you know, I could see some additions, a little bit of cleaning up in different areas, but a lot of fire added to this performance.
You cannot come in the semi-finals without fire.
Because you're not sure if you'll make it to the finals, so you have to lay it on the line here.
Yes.
Nothing is given.
All out.
And how the youths, you know, kind of gravitate to your music and what you're asking them to do?
Well, the players that I work with junior, they are accustomed to my music. So they are accustomed to the style of music that I put down.
Right.
So well, obviously there are some outside players as well.
Right.
There are some, but there's plenty practice, hard work, and understanding different arranger style. And I believe that they execute their music so good, and they understand the music.
And of course, it helps that it's a type of community band in Santa Rosa there.
Pinto Road.
Yeah, in Pinto Road. So You know, I suppose that helps because people are not too far from so you don't have far to travel, especially like your stateside or your regular core.
Yeah, everybody live right around. They can walk down by the Panyard every evening and get in that practice and put in that work every evening. A lot of work every evening. Sometime on a Sunday and all we come out and jam.
What about you personally, Kendall? How is this arranging working out for you?
Well, this is basically the whole year I do music. I am the arranger for the band, stateside, panorama, everything. So it's something that I get accustomed to over the years. Yeah.
And what about your grounding in the whole thing? Wendell, of course, is that your brother? Is that
Wendell Bowen, I'm a father.
the old man?
I grew up in the band from small.
Right.
From baby, they carry me in the Panyard. So I grew up in the band and I become the arranger for the band now. Yeah.
Was it on his prompting or is this something that you just kind of naturally got involved in, or did your old man kind of prompt you?
When I was younger, yes, they forced me to go in the Panyard. But I had love it as well. But you know, sometimes you didn't want to go. You didn't want to go to practice. You rather stay home and play game or something.
Yeah, play football.
Yeah. So it had certain days they forced me to go, certain days I willingly take up myself and go. But I was always into it and love it. So I will give my all.
That's good. And what about a competition like this? I mean, when you sit back and you think about this, I mean, do you pinch yourself sometimes that here I am, I was part of this band as a little child, here I am now taking the band to a national semi-finals and possibly onto a national final?
Well, that in itself I feel great about, because knowing that I was just a player in the band from small growing up and became the arranger for the band, not only stateside but for Panorama as well. Right? I feel very, very, very good about myself in terms of that, because yeah, I take the band into Panorama. We make the semi-finals. Hopefully, we'll make the finals, and I just hope for the best.
Well, and tell me a little bit about the music itself and what you were trying to do with this particular arrangement.
Well, the name of the tune is Out and Bad. So to me, I didn't want to make it too rough, but it had to have some roughness in it as well. Right, so it had some nice parts, Out and Bad, and it had some nice musical parts as well. So it varies. Some parts good and nice, some parts are rough it up, because it's Out and Bad, so you had to give them it. It's bad, Out and Bad.
Well, that's good, because I mean I could hear the music, of course, that hook line, the Out and Bad hook, you know. I saw you do variations with it, and you know, the basses, they were talking to us, you know.
Yeah, I do a lot of work with the basses as well. Lots of work and practice for them to actually grab that bass line. The bass line was fierce, I'm sure about that.
Right, you could hear it when you know, and I suppose that as somebody with a trained ear and they know what they're listening, you know, what they're listening to, would really appreciate the kind of work that arrangers do, because some of it is very intricate and you know, not everybody will catch it, you know, when they play it. Sometimes you have to listen to it 3-4 times and then you listen to it a year from now and say, well, you put that in there, but you say, Kendall really put that inside of there, you know, and you know, so that's why I tell people judging is a difficult thing, you know, because you know, they kind of have an idea, you know, what arrangers are doing, so they kind of follow what you're doing, and I'm sure sometimes you listen to what their comments are and you kind of work with it.
Yeah, and try to get a little bit. You know, they might talk about the introduction, the variation, so you try your best to. Sometimes you actually try to give the judges what they want as well.
Right, I know what you mean, because they're giving you points, you know. As long as they're giving you points, they give them everything they want, that they're asking for. But I know that that's part of the balancing act that you have to do. You want to do what you want, but at the same time you also have to be mindful of what they're telling you with their notes, you know, and where you probably need to improve and what you need to clean up here and there, and whatever it is. So, but again, congratulations on a fantastic piece of work, and all the best.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thanks so much there. That was Kendall Bowen there from the band. Simple song, but no simple performance indeed from them here. Now that takes us to band number 4 now, and this is a former champion band, Rima Golden Symphony, and this is a band that has really done it all in this category, and of course Terence BJ Marcel is no stranger to the big yard. So we're getting ready for the Rima Golden Symphony, band number 4. as they get ready to perform for us here by the priority bus route in Arima. Marvin Connor is the tuner. Keon Augustin is the leader. This Melody Suite by Timothy Watkins, the Baron. Terence B.J. Marcel is the arranger of the band. And you can just see the players, they're just wiping off their instruments because there was some rain a short while ago. And you can see BJ in front of the band there in the white top as he gets ready to conduct this performance here. Band number 4, Rima Golden Symphony, This Melody Suite.
by DJ
And that is band number 4, and what a performance, an exhilarating performance from Arima Golden Symphony, 7 times Panorama champions in this category, and they certainly threatening another one here. They're really pushing to make it win number 8. What a performance indeed from the boys from Arima, the Arima Golden Symphony. And again with Terence B.J. Marcel arrangements of Timothy Watkins. Of course, this melody suite from 1991, and really putting down really an amazing performance indeed. And really, you can't help, like, everybody was working almost every second of that performance. There was something happening, and they just seem to be so alive and so rich. The quality of the music just says, although it was quick, there was a lot of pace in it, but you can still get the clarity coming out of it, and it just tells you the capabilities of some of these players, young and old, and they really give a stunning performance here. And you could almost see everybody was just glued to the band, because the music just kind of came at you all the time. And that's Terence B.J. Marcel for you. That's his trademark. He's not a laid-back kind of arranger. He is going to jam it, and jam it hard. And this is a classic example of Terence B.J. Marcel from the start, where you got that kind of in-your-face opening, where he kind of accentuated the basses, and then he kept it going throughout. Now, it's very difficult to maintain that kind of pace throughout a performance, but boy, they certainly gave a stunning display in sustained pace and aggression on the pan, and they really did themselves very, very proud indeed. Remember, the judges are giving you 40 points for arrangement. The general performance would also garner 40 points. The tone will get 10 points, rhythm 10, for a maximum of 100 points. And when you have a band that really lifted the spirits, the carnival spirit really came out in that performance, you want to believe that they will get almost the full 40 points in terms of their general performance. They really did put down an amazing performance here, and they ought to be commended for it. So it looked like it's going to be one of those things. The judges, I don't envy the judges at all. Remember, we're live here on 360 TV as we continue our coverage of semi-final Saturday here at the Victoria Square for Panorama, the the small conventional steel orchestras for Panorama 2023. And no doubt, what a performance here from the Arima Golden Symphony Orchestra. And we've just been joined here by Colleen Thomas, who's the treasurer of the band. And this, of course, is the Arima Golden Symphony, 7 times Panorama champions. You think you all can make it this year?
Definitely, we will definitely win this year's Panorama Championship.
Confidence, no need.
Full of confidence.
And but I mean, this was a stunning performance.
And it might be, or most likely be, the best performance that they already have for the day.
Yeah,
although I know that there is yet to come.
Yeah, there are a lot of bands to come. Yeah.
Definitely, we are not afraid. And we did it once, 7 times. We could do it again.
And the thing about this is BJ's bread and butter, if you know what I mean. This type of arrangement, he just generates life, if you know what I mean.
Yes, well, BJ has been going from year to year, and apparently, if you would realize that the music became different this year, I don't know if it's the pandemic in him, and he studied, all the music was in his head for the 2 years, but he has a lot to let out this year, coming with pan elders, with the medium category and Exodus in the large. Wishing him and the team of the bands all the best and hope that we would be successful in this.
Well,
in all legs. Hope that he would be successful in all leagues.
But you all have the formula for winning, if you know what I mean.
Definitely.
And based on how the band won previous years, what was the feeling like then, say back in 2017 or when you all last won the competition to what it is now in 2016, for example, when you all won with
apparently
the greatest invention?
The feeling presently has more energy in it. The players and the arranger, everybody as a team, work together as a team. We had late night practice, we had early practice, but we prepared and we came for revenge then. Stemming from 2020, we went right down to the bottom of the scale in the finals, and we believe that we should not have been there. In spite of it all, we should not have been there. So this year, 2023, definitely it is going to be Arima Golden Symphony, come what may. And you have heard not the best. In the finals, it will be even better.
So we certainly look forward to that as well. And how are the people now? Your pan theatre is located in a unique location.
Well, definitely we don't have a pan theatre.
Right.
We've been to by the bus route for the past 20. Well, apparently we started there in 2008, and we are presently there, and we are knocking on the doors, not just only asking the pan fraternity, we are calling on the Ministry of Culture, the Prime Minister, whoever it takes involved to get Arima Golden Symphony a theatre. We are well deserving it. Arima Golden Symphony has been in existence for 37 years, coming from Arima, and BJ Marcel and Arima Golden Symphony and Arima All-Stars with BJ Marcel. BJ Marcel, I think, has done his work for Arima and is well deserving of a pan theatre in no other constituency but Arima, and I am calling on the authorities to hear us and give us the opportunity. After 37 years, there were bands that came from behind and they are in permanent spots. Why can't we be given? We've been backing for years and pleading and begging authorities, please, right? Today, as the treasurer of the band, on behalf of the members and the leader, Mr. Terence BJ Marcel, I am asking the authorities to please hear us and give us a home. Don't just think about removing us from the priority bus route, because we are representing culture, Trinidad and Tobago, on a worldwide scale, right? Because you can't tell me today this small band Panorama semi-finals is not launched worldwide, right? So I am asking in the presence of the world to asking authorities to hear us. We are not fighting in any way for anything, but we are asking, please give Arima Golden Symphony a home. We are well deserving this opportunity.
I want to find out something, because the other band is getting ready to perform. What is this about Arima? When you say Parang, you have about 2,000 Parang bands in Arima. You say football, is about 400 football teams in Arima. You say pan, you're just breeding pans all over the place. What it is about Arima and culture, sport and culture, quickly.
Well, definitely, as they say, the wise men come from the east, and the east is totally gifted, and there is much more to come. As you would see, my grandson Malachi Marcel, I want to big him up, 10-year-old Malachi Marcel, because he did our band well, performing on the front line, coming from a mini conductor, straight into a front line is not no easy task, but he is also gifted too, and I ask God that He would bless us and help us to be at the top at the end of the day, if not in the semis, but in the finals, right?
Thanks so much, Madam
Yes,
Treasurer. We look forward to that
Thank
as
you
well.
very much.
And that was band number 4 there, the Arima Golden Symphony. We get ready for West Side Symphony from Patience Hill in Tobago, the first of 7 bands out of the Sister Isle of Tobago. And of course, Joel Anderson is the leader. Dwight Alfred is the tuner. Calypso Music for David Rudder is the tune of choice. And Michael Gabriel is the arranger for band number 5, West Side Symphony, playing David Rudder's Calypso Music from 1987. That is band number 5 there, the first of 7 out of the sister isle of Tobago, the West Side Symphony, of course, Pan Theatre, Patience Hill in Tobago, and again led by Jewel Anderson, playing David Rudder's calypso music with Michael Gabriel, the arranger of the band. So fantastic performance again from the bands, and we all know how determined these Tobago bands are. They've really been kicking up a storm over the years, and in 2019 the West Side Symphony played Bacchanal. In 2020 they had Smile, and now in 2023 calypso music is the tune of choice for them. So David Rudder is obviously very much alive in the business, and his music continues to generate affection, and especially when it's given new life by some of these arrangers, it just speaks to the quality of the music. And congratulations to them and to the West Side Symphony and their rendition of the band. So it's certainly good to see the young arrangers taking the chance with the music, and especially the legends of the art form. And because this song would have been played by several bands previously, but it's how well they are able to adapt and adjust whatever it and not sound like another band from another arranger from previously. So it certainly is a big challenge. And speaking of challenge, when we get to band number 6, you'll understand what I mean by that, because Musical Gems Steel Orchestra is going to be performing in position number 6, and they're choosing an all-time great. Certainly is going to be one of those things, and they hail from the Paragon Sports Club and Cookery. Well, they did their rehearsals and they did their performance from the preliminaries at the Paragon Sports Club in Cookery there. So it's been a nice journey for them, and now they're in a position here where they're ready to launch, playing Pan by Storm, and that is an all-time favorite in terms of calypso music, panorama music, any kind of steel band music. And it really just reminds you of Ken Professor Fillmore, and what an amazing piece of music he laid down there. And of course, it was certainly, it will live on for quite a number of years. What name is it? Okay, Miguel. And I think we've just been joined here by Michael Gabriel, the arranger for the band. And Michael, congratulations on a fine performance from West Side Symphony.
Thank you very much.
What has this journey been like for you?
Journey has been a little difficult, but I guess nothing ever with anything comes
easy, right?
So, we roll with the punches and we did what we have to do to reach to this stage.
But the players seem to enjoy the music.
Yeah. My thing was calypso. I found that, being a young person myself, I found that our generation is so disconnected from what I would call the blueprint music of Trinidad and Tobago society. And that's why I wanted to do calypso music, because I know it's a song that the young people will know, but it's still a song from the 70s, 80s, somewhere around there, so that they could bridge that connection.
Well, it certainly is. The song is from 1987.
Right.
And but David Rudder, I suppose once you tell them, well, it's Rudder's music we're playing.
Yes.
That kind of fuels some passion for them, because they know his legacy in that regard. But in terms of how they sort of gravitated to the actual music when you laid it out for them, how you felt they responded to that?
I think
Or was it a struggle to get them to play it?
It wasn't a struggle to get them to play it because I think we as Trimbagonians, especially Afro-Trimbagonians, we are naturally drawn to rhythmic patterns, the way we walk, the way we talk, everything. So doing calypso music and being able to play with rhythms along the line of can you hear that distant drum? That was the main theme I would have used in the entire song. Can you hear that distant drum? So I would have made it rhythmic so that the players could naturally gravitate to what is natural to them, what comes natural to them.
Right, and it makes sense because, I mean, it's Trinidad, it's like Brazil and football.
Yes.
You know, when a Brazilian stand up over football, he looks different to anybody in any part of the world. You know, they look different. And it's the same thing with a Trini behind the pan. There's a kind of synergy between the person and the instrument in that regard.
Right.
And you know, they get 40 points for the general performance,
yes,
you know.
yes.
So, and now what did the judges say to you from the preliminaries that you felt you had to work on to come to this point?
One of the things that the judges told me from the preliminaries are to open up the song a little more, open up parts a little more, which is what we had intended to do in the first place. So the judges' comments were quite along the lines of what we already knew what we had to do.
Right.
Right, so we really appreciated the comments from the judges.
And how much work you were able to put in
oh my God, the work. The work in itself is so difficult because I'm doing my master's here in Trinidad. I work at Queen's Hall. I'm currently the arranger for Harmonite Steel Orchestra for large category. So continuing to take on Westside, who's in Tobago.
Right.
That traverse from Trinidad and Tobago.
How often do you make it to Tobago?
Whenever I.
Twice a week, three times a week sometimes?
About 3 times.
3 times a week?
Yeah. Sometimes if I get the time, I stay over for an entire week.
Right.
And then they may not see me for next week, and then I will come for a weekend. And if I have 3 days within the week that I'm off or have free time, I go to Tobago, jump a plane and go to Tobago.
Right. And that's the beauty of a twin island like ours, because I would imagine some players also follow you to Tobago.
Yes, and they and I enjoyed so much. The management at Westside has always been, even though we're an unsponsored band, they try their best to accommodate us and show us that Tobagonian hospitality each and every time we come to Tobago. So it's always a great feeling to go back and forth right here in our society.
Right. Well, that's good, and I must commend you on a really strong performance in the semi-finals. Much improved from the preliminaries.
Thank you.
Which I think is understandable because you put in the work for it, and now it's left to be seen what the judges say. So you mean your sleepless nights may not be over because now they took a decision today to go from 14 bands to 16 bands.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Right, so now your chances have improved even more now.
Yeah.
So you may have a few more sleepless nights this week.
Well, it's the carnival season. It all comes with.
So I just warning you, so be prepared, in that regard, and we certainly look forward to a week from today when the Savannah, the big stage, will be the venue, and hopefully we will have Westside there performing, doing their bit. It's one of 7 bands from the Sister Isle.
It's definitely
you all are the first one of the 7 to be performing here today, and you set the tone for them, and let's see what the others can do.
I bid good luck to all my colleagues and all the people, all the young arrangers who I would have known in Tobago, OJ and Kirsch and the others. Let's all make Tobago proud.
Well, certainly, again, Michael, thanks so much, and congratulations again on a job well done. We look forward to great things coming from the judges. So there you just heard it there from Michael Gabriel, and of course the arranger for the Westside Symphony out of the Sister Isle of Tobago. And as you heard, the man is busy. He's working on his masters. He's full-time employee of Queen's Hall and sundry other engagements he's working on. So busy youngster. Now let's get to band number 6. Here, remember, it's 30 bands in all. Musical Champ Steel Orchestra, again using the Paragon Sports Club and the number 2 Foreshore Lands in Cookreed. Brian Smart is the leader. Gerard Clark is the tuner of the pans. The song Pan by Storm from 19 1990, a watershed year for Panorama. Ken Professor Fillmore, and of course, designer Prescott did the vocals, and Renwick Lewis is the arranger of this piece here. Let's see how we avoid sounding like Ken Professor, but of course still living true to the music of Ken Professor Fillmore and the VAT 19 Fontclair from 1990. Let's take you stateside now for Musical Gem Steel Orchestra playing in position number 6. They just seem to be a little bit delayed there, and they're one of the smaller bands that we've seen here today, and they take their bows, so they're getting ready to perform. So we take you now for band number 6, Musical Gems, with Pan by Storm, arranged by Renwick Lewis. Band number 6, Musical Gems Steel Orchestra from the Paragon Sports Club and the Foreshore Lands in Cocorit. Pan by Storm with a kind of mellow, very relaxed and very soothing kind of tempo compared to when Ken Professor Fillmore and Funclair played it, where it was pace right through. But of course, Renwick Lewis took a slightly different approach, and he opted to take it in the other direction and made it very sort of slow, melodic, and very musical more than anything else. And no doubt hoping to do something just a little bit different, and hoping that the judges would have sat up and listened to what he was saying, and with the music, that is, and give him the kind of marks that will get him into the final next Saturday at the Queen's Park Savannah. So it's just a question of, I think you're trying to bring him over, so we try to get to Renwick Lewis in a bit, and hopefully we'll be able to chat with him in a little while as he comes over. So we certainly look forward to chatting with him, just to hear what his approach was and why he took it so slowly, and we'll see how it goes with him there. But again, that's 6 bands completed so far, and I was really interested to see how he was going to attack this particular composition, because this is a very popular song. So whenever you tackle a song like this, it obviously requires something exceedingly special in order to pull it off. And so Renwick was trying his hand here at something, trying to be different, because most people who play Pan by Storm played it almost at the same pace at which Ken Professor would have played it back in the 90s. So it's really now a question of, did the judges hear what he was trying to say, so to speak? And but only time will tell if they were to get the judges. They were a small band. They clearly didn't have the full complement of the 60 players, but the range is between 45 and 60, so you don't absolutely have to have 60. And based on your arrangers, obviously some people would feel they could pull it off with less than the 60, or with just the 45 minimum, as opposed to trying to go to the full 60. And but we'll see, and it might take an experienced band and an experienced arranger to pull something like that off, and still not, and in terms of the eyes of the judges, not miss the additional players on this day. So 6 bands down already, but we still have some ways to go, because it's just about 6 o'clock here in Trinidad and Tobago. Remember, we're live here on 360 TV with the Small Conventional Steel Orchestra semi-final here at Victoria Square in Port of Spain. And originally the 14 bands were supposed to be going forward. Now we have 16. The executive took that decision earlier today, so it's going to be 16 bands making their way to the judges, to the finals, and the judges now will mark all the bands, and then they will give out the marks for their 16 bands that are going forward to the. But we do have with us Mr. Renwick Lewis, who has just joined us, and Pan by Storm. Tell me your thinking behind choosing that particular selection.
Renwick had that tune in mind for a long time. He thought it was an appropriate tune that he could do differently from the deceased Ken Fillmore, Ken Professor Fillmore. And Renwick is a musical storyteller. He takes a tune and he tells a story. about the tune, and you can hear it, you can see it developing, and I think he did a good job with this one.
And I was curious to ask you about that, and in terms of the speed at which he played it. He certainly played it a lot slower than how it was presented to us originally back in 1990.
Yes, because he expresses himself in that kind of way. He has a laid-back approach to his music, but his music is full of orchestration, and it is very musical, in my humble opinion. And he prefers it laid back than playing it in a rushed way.
Right. And how did the players adapt to that? I mean, were they comfortable playing it at that speed?
Yes, Renwick's music is very technical. It is not easy to play. And the players spend a lot of time trying to understand and play the music. But I think in the end they did a very good job. And I'm very proud of them.
Well, that's good. And now in terms of your numbers, you weren't one of the largest bands that they had there, but certainly was it difficult to get players, or were you comfortable with the with the numbers?
Yes. Oh yes, it was very difficult to get players, but we were able to meet the minimum. And if we get into the finals, we are going to go up to the maximum because we think that players will be interested in joining us.
Right.
Because we are in a final.
Well, that's good, and hopefully, that they all will get there, and that the players. I'm really interested to see what the judges think of the performance, because, like I said, this is kind of out of the ordinary in terms of the speed, the music that they presented here tonight. And we'll wait to see what the judges say. Once again, thanks so much for stopping by. Wishing you all the best. Congratulations on the performance today, and we just wait to see. If you guys are now, remember the judges have said, the executive rather said 16 bands will go through, not 14.
Yes, I heard.
So they've added 2 additional bands. So hopefully you all will be among those, and we'll see you guys on Saturday.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for stopping by, and of course we're looking forward to what they have to offer in the final should they get their musical gem steel orchestra. Brian Smart is the leader of the band, and of course Jared Clark is the tuner. Renwick Lewis was the arranger of the music, and he played it at certainly at a totally different speed, hoping to, of course, woo the judges and get them to understand what he was trying to say and do with the music. But that's 6 bands down. We're getting ready for band number 7, and the Sound of Music Steel Orchestra, a rather unusual name when you consider Sound of Music, the movie, one of my favorite movies, I must say. And the Sound of Music Steel Orchestra from Marigold Crescent, Coconut Drive in Mova. Tekla Ford Rodriguez is the leader of the band. Mr. Duncan is the tuner. Never Again from 2023 by Marshall Montano. Akil Arundel is the arranger of the music, and of course Akil very pronounced as an arranger, and I look forward to also hearing what he does with this song from this year, 2023. The band number 7, the Sound of Music Steel Orchestra from Marigold Crescent, Coconut Drive in Mova, as they get themselves ready for this one. I saw Akil doing some work with a young band out in the Mayaro area, trying to get the Radic Steel Orchestra back up and running, and here he is now with the Sound of Music Steel Orchestra from Mova. So as they get ready to perform in position number 7, they were 228 points in the preliminaries, and they were sitting 22nd overall. In fact, they were tied with Musical Gems. And now they get ready for Marshall Montano's Never Again from Sound of Music Steel Orchestra.
from number 71 Marigold Crescent in
That was
Coconut
band
Drive,
number
Nova,
7 there, Sound of Music Steel Orchestra. Of course, Never Again, another very musical arrangement here at Victoria Square at its semi-final action in the small conventional steel orchestra semi-final night here as the night is upon us, and band number 7 has just laid on a very strong marker. They're very musical and very melodic, slow, but you could follow the music, and it obviously was a scenario there where you could hear Arundel Akil trying to say something with the music and really putting on a very polished performance, and you know, it's almost Bradley-like, if I could use the term, because even the phrasing was that of Bradley, and it certainly speaks to that, and I think a lot of people would probably get that impression whenever they listen to the music. They could tell that you know, that he is from that school where they tend to be more musical, and they just take the phrasing, just the way they set up the music. It's about that, telling the story, but you could kind of hear almost everything that they're playing inside it, and I'm really proud of the effort from the Sound of Music Steel Orchestra from out there in 71 Marigold Crescent in Coconut Drive in Mova. In fact, I go to the pool in Coconut Drive in Mova, so I've seen the people running to practice at times, and certainly I think all of Mova should be justifiably proud. Certainly all of Coconut Drive should be very proud of this performance by these youngsters here. A lot of youths in the band, and they certainly accredited themselves very well indeed, handling a very difficult arrangement of a song that is only now beginning to grow on people. So it's going to be interesting to hear what Akil has to say in terms of what they're doing. Of course, they're coming just before the defending champions, so you know it, and the defending champions are coming with Dollar Wine, and I had the pleasure of hearing them last night. In fact, you couldn't, once you're anywhere close to the Savannah, you couldn't help but hear them. They were making a statement, and here they are tonight now. Can they replicate that? They were 1 point behind the leaders after the preliminaries, but I'm sure they might be looking at that point and saying nothing. O.J. Richards must be thinking he could easily surpass that or make up that point. So we just have to wait to see what's going on. Akil. And Akil is here with us, so we'll find out from him a little bit about his feelings about the performance. First of all, Akil, congratulations on a truly amazing. I was telling our viewers that it sounded Bradley-ish, but it's also Arundel's stamp on the music, so to speak. How you felt about the band's performance tonight?
Well, I must say that I'm glad that I am around long enough to have a Arundel stamp as well, number one. And based on the Bradley stamp was something that was deliberate, because the band, the Sound of Music, came out of Desperados. As far as it was explained to me by the manager of the band, Ms. Tekla Rodriguez, her husband were at the Desperados, and when they moved from the hill, she found that the hill's not alive with the Sound of Music again. So she started a band. She and her husband started this band called the Sound of Music. So I really wanted to capture that moment more for her than anything else now. You know, she wanted that Desperados song. Bradley would have been one of my first I was an understudy from Bradley. San City, the band that I'm from, would have had workshops, would have been the only band would have brought Bradley from the north and to the south to have workshop with Southern Arrangers. And I was like about 14, 15 that time, doing a little small thing, and he had a great impact on my awareness to music, especially chords and that kind of thing. Right. And although I had that influence, I really wanted to have my own brand. So I never really venture into trying to have his style, but because of this particular instance, I just went ahead.
And I'm curious to ask you here about what is the one thing that Bradley told you about, even at that early age, that you still sort of hold on to today when you arrange your music?
Well, he said to me that all genres of music, and for those who don't know what genre is all different types, whether it's Latin, whether it's pop, and especially calypso, has a dialect. And for all the arrangers who just doing all of these quavers, run pa da 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 da, I'm not doing a nice Kaiso dialect. Pam pa dam pum pibe dam pabede. Yeah, if you ain't playing the dialect of the music, you ain't doing nothing. And that is something that stood out to me. So even when I'm doing my style, I looking for that Kaiso phrases, whether it's the dance, the run, or the beginning, at the beginning, or something. But it must be like when we speak as Trinidadians, we have a dialect. When even right in Tobago, they have English and they don't speak like us. They have a dialect as well. So we must identify our dialect when we are arranging as well, and that is something that stood out to me. I hope that other arrangers listening and take note.
But you know, you have an even bigger task than just the panorama, because the community in which this band originates is one that has been so stigmatized over the years that you kind of you have to push them.
Yes.
In a different direction.
Yeah. So it have that aspect of it has been a big challenge as well. And you wouldn't believe, Councillor St. Hilaire, who is bordering with Mr. Kwame, I believe, not Mr. Kwame, Mr. Antoine. Both councillors worked together with me to make sure that this was possible today. But Mr. St. Hilaire in particular came out at the preliminary rounds, and I never see a councillor toad pan like this guy before, because he was so amazed that he is so amazed that he said right in that corner they had a murder 3 weeks ago, and you came and bring this pan side here and bring this whole vibe, and that was something special to me. And I observed this gentleman toting bass like
nothing.
If all politicians was like him, I mean, that would be a better place.
Just quickly, because the other band is getting ready to perform, how you felt about the overall performance tonight?
I think that when you're still with lemon, just to make lemonade, had a group of young children who could have hardly play, and I would have had to tailor my music to suit, and I think that they execute well.
But I thought you gave them quite a bit, and I thought they handled it very well. And I look forward to seeing you guys in the final Saturday, so you have some sleepless nights heading up to that, working with them. But I'm sure they look eager, and I'm sure they'll be looking forward to that. Akil, thanks so much, and congratulations again in doing it. So that was Akin Araldel there from the Sound of Music Steel Orchestra. That was band number 7. That brings us to band number 8, the defending champions out of the sister isle of Tobago, Uptown Fascinators. Their Pantheatre is at the corner of Plymouth and Idlewild Road in Tobago. And of course, Salisha James Martin is the leader of this band. Augustus Peters is the tuner of the pans. The tune of choice, Dollar Wine from 1991, Colin Lucas. And of course, composed by Colin Lucas and sung by Colin Lucas himself. And of course, arranged for the band by O.J. Richards, the defending champion. And no doubt OJ, who of course is going to team up with Ramsey to come and arrange for Silver Stars again this year. But that's in the large band category. Their time will come. Right now it's war between those two, and he wants to lay down a marker here this evening as if to say we are not giving up this title very easily. Band number 8 from the corner of Plymouth and Idlewild Roads in Tobago, the Uptown Fascinators with Dollar Wine by Colin Lucas from 1991, arranged by O.J. Richards. Brace yourself, this is going to be hot. That was band number 8 here, mashing up the roadway here at Victoria Square with another stunning performance indeed here. The Uptown Fascinators Steel Orchestra really throwing out the challenge there, as if to say, we're not giving up this title so easily. You're going to have to earn it. And in order to earn it, you're going to have to beat us to earn it. And boy, they certainly lay down a marker here. And they're challenging everyone to catch them if you can. And what an arrangement there by O.J. Richards. Really a stunning performance by the Uptown Fascinators, the defending champions, and showing that they haven't lost any of their appetite for this title. And they started with 271 points. They came in with 271 points. And they're really looking forward to holding on to that title and making it to the big yard on Saturday, where I'm sure they'll add a few more tricks. Talk about dynamics, talk about clarity, talk about pace, talk about power. They had it all inside of there. And certainly they also had that carnival spirit. It's what people have kind of grown accustomed to. When they talk about steel band music, this is what they like. It's not that the other approaches don't fit, but boy, the people love this because they can relate to this so much easier. And really, they laid it out there, and they kind of, it's almost as if to say, catch me if you can. What a performance by the Uptown Fascinators Steel Orchestra, played Delawine from 1991. Hey, I'm not even sure how many members of the band would have been born by then, but boy, they certainly enjoyed playing it, and they played it almost to perfection here at the semi-finals of the small conventional steel orchestra competition for 2023. And of course, it's coming to you live here on the 360 TV, and we hope you're enjoying it, because it's certainly been a pleasure bringing it to you from Victoria Square in Port of Spain. Band number 8 making their way off stage, and of course really putting everybody on notice that this is their title, and they are not prepared to just give it up. And OJ has just joined me, and OJ, congratulations. I was making the point to our viewers, you just made the statement you're not ready to give up this title just yet.
Not yet, definitely not yet. Definitely not. We played hard, you know, we executed the music just like we would like to.
You know, last night I was in the Savannah,
right,
and I was saying to the viewers, I couldn't help but hear the music, because
really?
You all were just pounding it out there, you know, kind of going it over and over, right, trying to get it right.
I think the approach that I took, we did the bulk of the work early up in the panorama, and the results would have shown that we don't have to overdo. So what we did, we just came, we do small minor changes, right, but effective changes, and then we just there and just work on little practice sessions, run it a little bit, and then just ease off. We're not killing the band, we're not killing off the band, going for hours or 3 o'clock in the morning. You know, we're just tightening up what we have to tighten up, and then just leave.
But this week, you know, I think it goes without saying that you all will be part of the finals, because I don't see 16 other bands being better than yours, because today they took the decision they'll go from 14 to 16 bands.
Right, correct.
Will make it through to the finals, and I mean, it goes without saying. I mean, you know, you never can. Stranger things have happened.
Yes.
But I don't see 16 other bands being ahead of you all in that regard. So it really now. I ask the question, what next? Because do you stay, let's just say after tonight you all are in the finals, the bands stay here, or you all go home?
The bands go back to Trinbago. Actually, right now we're about to push straight down to the port right now, but my operation, I like to move with preparation. Right, so we would have already started making our finals night changes from even before semi-finals. Right. So just in case, I mean, you can't go wrong. If we don't make it into the finals, then we just, you don't lose anything. But with the time frame that we have, we started doing the small little changes for finals before, and just holding back until finals to put them in. So we are generally prepared and ready to go back to the finals.
So you have 7 days to,
exactly.
to
So
do,
we started
to do your damage.
We went ahead of the work. Use time wisely now.
Right.
So
makes sense.
Just to tighten up some more now, and we should be fine.
Well, and who chose this song?
I chose this song. I actually like the older style songs because they have a lot of more music that you could work with, a lot of motifs that you could work with there, and the way I choose a song, it has to have something that I know I can make a hit out of.
Right.
You know, I don't just choose because it's an old song. I'm not just gonna choose any random old song. It has to be something that would resonate with somebody. If they hear what song you all playing, Dollar Wine, wow, you know, that's a.
And I don't know if you heard the response of the crowd behind me, but when you all finished performing, they were like, I think you all got a standing ovation. They were full of applause for the performance. And I think it's almost like they were hearing something different.
Right.
You know, and what I think worked as well, the band before sounded sweet, but their whole approach was more Bradley-esque, as I told them.
Correct,
it was more that way. It was good music, but it was a different approach entirely.
So then this new style that comes.
Right, so this now came with a little more pace, a little more up-tempo.
Right, yeah.
You know, it's like it jumped
wake
everybody
up, I understand what you're saying, I understand.
Everybody, you know, and it could have worked out that way because it's like they heard this sweet music and then they came and they
have variety. So
they had this different approach now. This sweet music again, but it's a whole different flavor.
Right.
You know,
I understand you.
You know, and I thought they responded to it because somebody like you know you have right behind you sitting down here.
Yes.
You know, who is part of the pan business all his life, little Eddie Hart, and even Eddie. I'm not sure if he stood up, but he was certainly giving you all applause for a fantastic performance here this evening. It should feel good because I think the band should feel good. Because I think the hard work is paying off.
Yes, I'm proud of the band. I think they gave me what I asked for. You know, I just told them, I always speak with them right before. I said, just put your trust in me. Give me what I'm asking for and I wouldn't let you down. You know, and they definitely gave me what I was asking for. So it's on me now to just take the band to the finals again. And
push them forward again.
Yes,
now, how has life changed for you with the title? And how have those things kind of impacted how you view music, how you tackle music now?
I'm gonna be real with you. After the first win, coming from that, it was actually extremely difficult because I'm a young arranger. You know, I don't have as much experience and guidance. So then now you start to think, what next after you win?
You start beating up yourself.
Yes,
now.
And then I started overthinking, but. I'm a person I would always ask, so I call some people. Mr. Sion Gomez, he always helped me out a lot. He's a UTT instructor of mine. Even some of my peers, Stephon West, he would have won the medium band category. You know, I would have spoken with them and I'd be like, you know, oh yeah, just approach it because I mean you just win, so now you're trying to overthink if you don't want to do too much, or if they're gonna sound like the same, or if people are gonna think that the first win was just a fluke, you know. So then I started overthinking and they just had to tell me, no, stop that, don't overthink. You know, you have your talent, just trust in the talent that you have, and that's what kind of helped me drive forward to put forward what I did. I couldn't do it by myself. It was the help that I had around, and that pushed the approach for the music. So I just trusted in my music, trusted in my talent, and I just let it flow.
Right. Well, it makes sense because, like, and that is part of the maturation process, because now you know what it is like to go through that. You know, you get the high of winning, and now you kind of beat up yourself because you're trying to figure want to do better the next time. You know, but then you realize, you know, you will do better because you have that experience of winning. But now you know how to win. You know, so that's the other experience. That's the experience speaking to you now. Because you know how to win, you know what it took to get there.
Definitely.
And now it's just a question of replicating that with different music, or new music. But you still, you know you have a formula now. You know what to do, what kind of hours you need to put in. You know, that kind of thing. So I'm not saying it becomes easier, but at least you can manage things a little bit better and maybe even add new elements.
And I think a winning arrangement is probably like 20% the arranger, you know. The rest of it is the quality of the band, the vibes, the energy, and a lot of things that has to be lined up perfectly. A lot of it. Like that could be band
Plus
position.
the music too, the tune that you, the selection.
Tune of choice is very important as well.
Sweet.
So all these things combined. So I can't really take all the credit on me, myself, and I, And then when you learn and understand your band, because some bands like to practice late, some bands like to practice early, some like to practice till whatever hours, some like to practice short. Just come in. So I understood the band, I understood what makes them work good. And we just tweak that and we have a nice relationship growing there, and it just works out nice right now.
Well, that's great. And of course, 7 Tobago bands.
Yes.
So I know some of your players might actually gravitate to a couple of other bands and vice versa. Players come from other bands and work it out. But how is that working? How do you kind of share the talent, if you know what I mean?
It's all about understanding. I have a good relationship with all the Tobago arrangers and even Trinidad arrangers, and we would understand that, we would need the help from the other players. It's just about communication. Because, if we call practice, I would probably ask, all right, well, is Panthers practicing or always practicing, what time, whatever. But the players will come to me and say, hey, tonight I'm going by this band, I'm going by that band. We just work it out so that we don't have any huge problems.
True. Well, OJ, congratulations again, and we look forward to seeing you guys on
I really
Saturday.
appreciate it.
It certainly is there. The Uptown Fascinators, the defending champions, laying down a marker here and daring everybody to catch them if you can. So if we go from one Tobago band to another Tobago band, Our Boys from Kirk Street in Scarborough. Anselm Campbell is the leaders. Sherwin Fessa Pierre is the tuners of the Pan Ecstasy from 1991. Ken Professor Fillmore. Keith the designer Prescott, the man who vocalized the music. Anselm Moon Campbell is the arranger. So let's take you stateside now for band number 9, Our Boys, playing Pan Ecstasy from 1991, arranged by Anselm Moon Campbell.
number 9, of course, an arrangement.
And that was band number 9 there. Our Boys Steel Orchestra out of the sister isle of Tobago from Kirk Street in Scarborough, to be exact. Pan Ecstasy by Ken Professor Fillmore, and arranged for the band by Anselm Moon Campbell. And playing in position number 9. And of course, following on the heels of the defending champions, the Uptown Fascinators Steel Orchestra. It was always going to be a challenge, and I thought they did a pretty good job trying to get people to kind of forget the mayhem that Uptown Fascinators created by producing a quality performance of their own, and certainly making themselves, doing themselves proud here at the Victoria Square. Remember, we're live here on 360 TV, covering the semi-finals, Trinbago's small conventional steel orchestra semi-final round, and no doubt it's our pleasure to be able to bring it to you. 30 bands in all. We started just after 4 o'clock. In fact, the very first band sounded their first notes at about 4:14 or thereabouts, and we've been going ever since. We had a little bit of rain, but that was also that was just just a little bit, because we haven't had any rain since, so we're keeping our fingers crossed. And I think the bands have been churning out some amazing performances, one after the other, and in their own inimitable style, no doubt, trying to win the judges' nut, and hopefully things will work out for them. And remember, originally we had 14 bands going forward, but as we heard, the executive took a decision, so we'll be going forward with 16 bands this time around. So it's left to be seen what happens there. And as fate would have it, we have a third Tobago band. In fact, we have 4 Tobago bands in a row, literally, and you couldn't make this up. We have Uptown Fascinators, we just heard from Our Boys, and now we have Alpha Band Pioneers, and they are to be followed by Tech New Eastside Dimension from Bell Garden Main Road in Tobago. So 4 Tobago bands in a row, and we're only up to the third of those in Alpha Band Pioneers, coming up in position number 10. So we'll be getting to them in a short while, but what a competition we have in our hands. And I will say, you don't want to be a judge here tonight, because this is going to be a real challenge for anybody, literally. And so it's going to be a tough challenge for these judges here this evening. And let me just give you the names of these distinguished individuals who have this unenviable task of judging these bands and pleasing the very fan lovers here in TNT. No doubt a difficult task, if ever there was one. And again, Dr. Roger Henry, Joanna Short, Kenrick Noel, Lorna Conyett, Michelle Dorridge, and Joanna Rackbear. They are the judges tasked with judging these performances here this evening. And of course, as I said, we just heard from Our Boys Steel Orchestra. Anselm Moon Campbell is here with us. So Anselm, congratulations on a strong performance. And I say that in the context of being able to kind of let the judges and even let the supporters kind of forget what went before in terms of the performance by the defending champions. But then you had to come now and kind of wipe that out and present something to them that allowed them to kind of get caught up in your music. And I thought you all did that beautifully.
Yeah, we tried our best. It was challenging.
Right.
Building up to, coming off for 2 years of the pandemic, players, the unavailability of players, but everything worked out in the end after God. So.
Well, I know, and I was asking OJ that, because I think some of the bands have a good understanding, and the arrangers, he said, have a good understanding, and the players, because you would have players that play with other bands.
Yes, of course.
Because it's a limited pool.
Yeah.
And how has that been working for you? I know it's a challenging bit.
Yeah, it is really challenging in terms of numbers. Because when small has to call for 60, sometimes you see 15 tonight, and then you see a next 50 and next 20, and you never get the full 60 because of the limited amount of players. So we had to solve it. We had to find some way to solve it.
But what about the performance tonight? How you felt about the performance?
It was wonderful. Leading up to it, it wasn't, it doesn't feel like we were going to, because we had a lot of challenges, and for after that performance, I feel pleased.
That's good. So it was worth it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
it was worth it for you in that regard. And now Tobago has 7 bands.
Yeah, 7 bands.
And there's not other regions have, fair number as well. North have I think 9, South might have 7, or East rather would have 7 also. But what it is about these Tobago bands? Because in the medium category, you all do a similar thing. You all have like 4 almost shoo-ins to make it through to the finals, every year.
It's a level of discipline. You come out to win. But that is the odds are stacked against you.
Right.
You have that mentality. You want to win.
And what I also realize is that you all travel well. You all travel with some supporters as well. They come to support the band. And they're not afraid. I was in the Savannah last night watching the bands work, and I saw a lot of
and we have supporters in Trinidad
who come out to support the bands. And our boys is kind of like the name in Tobago Steel Band.
Well, the band is actually 68 years old, 69 this year.
Yeah.
Band was formed in 1954. Patrick Arnold, Boy Blue, the founders.
Yeah. And of course it was a large band. Well, back then everybody was large. Everybody was large, And now you all in this category. But I think I get the sense you all are building.
Yes.
To probably return to that level.
34.
At some point in the future. But I'm glad that you at least, like I said, the odds were against you here because the defending champions, of course, they came really strong. But what I liked is the fact that you kind of took your time, kind of let the breeze blow that music away, and then you presented your music.
Fresh,
something different, and this song, I mean, I heard the Lil Pan by Storm inside of there, because it's Ken Professor,
Professor, he's passing and everything.
But it certainly was, I thought it went down well, because I thought the fans really appreciated it, because they heard something a little bit different, something, it wasn't as fast, it was a little more melodic, and it had a nice groove to it. It had something different inside of there. So I'm really hoping the judges, because that is always the challenge, is what the judges are hearing. And if you're able to present
I think the more try to concentrate on audibility in terms of how the parts come over from the different sections.
Right.
You can't sacrifice this song for speed.
Right.
Play fast and it's something.
You lose something,
You lose the essence of the song.
But that's good, and I'm really happy because I thought the players enjoyed playing it too. I looked at them and you could see, you could see it in the faces as well. And I would imagine as an arranger, that is paramount because they have to execute it, so they have to enjoy it.
When we do the music as arrangers, we have to depend so much on the players because they have to actually present the end product.
Right.
So we actually feed off of them.
That's great, but I thought you guys did a fantastic job. I'm really looking forward to seeing our boys in the final again. Pan Ecstasy.
Peace and thanks.
So Anson Moon Campbell, thanks so much for stopping by, and all the best going forward. And we look forward to seeing you guys on Saturday.
All right, okay.
Certainly it is there. So that was band number 9, Our Boys Steel Orchestra, and really a big band in Tobago, and they now lay down their body of work, and it's up to the judges now. But that takes us to band number 10. So we almost 1/3 of the way through. Alpha Pan Pioneers from Scarborough RC Church Grounds in Bacolet in Tobago. Matthias Marfan is the leader of the band. Cale Noel is the tuner. Cheers to Life is the tune of choice from 2016. Of course, Casey Phillips, Corey Hart, and Kyle Phillips, voiced by Aaron Voice St. Louis, the man they call Voice, and of course Keyshawn Julian and Marina Marfan, the arrangers of this particular piece of music. Cheers to Life is the tune of choice. Band number 10, the Alpha Pioneers, another band from the sister isle of Tobago, one of 7, and the 3rd in a row right now tonight. They're following our boys and who followed Uptown Fascinators Steel Orchestra. So band number 10, they're just making sure that everything is in order, looking nice and resplendent in their blue t-shirts. Took their bow, they're ready to go. Let's take you stateside now for the Alpha Pioneers, band number 10, Cheers to Life, arranged by Keyshawn Julian and Marina Marfan. the Alpha Pioneers Steel Orchestra there with their Cheers to Life from 2016 by Voice, and of course arranged by Keyshawn Julian and Marina Marfan. So a big congratulations to them. I thought they got a good response from the crowd behind us as they no doubt celebrating the performance that they just heard, and it was really a good, solid performance indeed from the Alpha Pioneers, based at the Scarborough RC Church grounds in Bacolod in Tobago. And no doubt it's been a strong performance indeed, and talk about putting out everything, and really she almost, like, after performing, it's almost like she almost collapsed. She was so into the music that right after she performed, it's almost as if she had nothing else to give. And but I'm sure they'll take her to the paramedics and they will be able to ensure that everything is A-OK with her. And that's the other thing about some of these performances. Some of these players basically they would have left home a long time ago. You're not quite sure if they had eaten, because they're so energized to try to come and perform, and then they still have to wait before they could actually perform. So it's not a straightforward thing. You just show up, perform, and then you go home. So it's been a lot of times you basically have to put in the performance. You have to make sure that everything is A-OK, and so it might just be she was just so overjoyed with the performance, so much into the performance and giving off so much energy. And the solid performance from the Alpha Pioneers out of Bacolod in Tobago, playing Cheers to Life, another popular one from back in 2016. And again, it's all about the performance and how they were able to put it all together, and Alpha Pioneer music together and flavor going. And Keyshawn Julian has just joined us. Keyshawn, how you felt about the band's performance tonight?
Man, I feel very good about the performance. Seeing the whole progress of the band through the season, like, it was very porous piece of music.
I saw you there waving away, and you conducted the band.
Yes, indeed.
In front there. But the thing about it is that the players are the ones who give you that energy.
Yes.
You realize 4 Tobago bands are playing one after the other here. Because we started with the Uptown Fascinators, our boys, then yourselves, and Tiantec. In terms of the kind of work you did to get to this point after the performance in the preliminaries.
Right, so the song we did is Cheers to Life, arranged by myself and Marina Marfan, 2 Tobago young upcoming arrangers. The entire process, I always say that it was a roller coaster, because some nights you see very few people coming to practice, and you're wondering if things would work out. But in the end, like, when everything just put together, all the pieces of the puzzle.
Feel that the band actually got the music and was ready to perform it.
So I always treat the competition like a marathon. You don't want to peak too early while you're rehearsing. So I would say probably like about 3 days before the prelims was when I was like, yes, the pieces of the puzzle coming together, the band coming along good, and it was just to dot the I's and cross the T's and do the prelims, and then coming into the semi-finals, we worked on some stuff. We looked at what the judges said in the prelims, and we tried to improve on our performance from the prelims.
Well, certainly tonight I thought you got a spectacular performance, based on everything else, the position where you're all playing.
Yes.
Of course, you're playing against a Tobago band. Our boys is like a big name.
Yes,
You know,
yes.
they're the granddaddies, so to
Yes,
speak.
and then after T&Tech
and they come
side.
after T&Tech, the defending champion.
Yes,
so you had something to prove, and you had to say something. You had
Yes,
to make a
yes,
statement.
yes, definitely. And you know, people always see us as the church band, the quote-unquote church band,
because
we come from the churchyard in Tobago.
yeah.
But you know, not because we are this so-called church band doesn't mean that we could.
Don't mean you can't soca.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We could soca and we could soca it good. And you know, we came out to really show that, you know, what we are about. We are about vibes, good energy, good vibes, and we come to shell along the place and do it as best as possible as we know it.
I mean, a lot of young players also. In fact, we just saw like a parent, somebody having to lift up one of your players because it's like she gave everything.
Yes,
she didn't have anything left after that.
That player gave her heart out, and well, unfortunately, I think the ambulance have had the moment, but
sometimes it's just fluids. They need to get into her.
Yes,
so
yes,
that
yes.
she can revive. Because I've seen it happen before. I've seen it with masqueraders. Sometimes they carry these big heavy costumes, and then when they get off the stage, people don't know how big that stage is in the Savannah. That's 100 meters in it. So that's a long distance to carry a big mass, you know. And sometimes when they come off the stage, they're so spent.
Yeah, because you give your all, you give your heart, you give your soul into it. These people who doing this for the culture, for the love of the instrument. So yeah, sometimes these things happen.
And it's certainly the glare. But again, let me thank you again, Keyshawn, for a truly amazing performance. And, you know, hopefully the judges will smile on you all and we'll see you all on Saturday night.
Yes, thanks very much. I hope the judges enjoyed it. I mean, I definitely enjoyed being in front of the band. I think it was a great performance. So we're looking forward to see how we could improve if we make it. Or I should say when we make it into the finals, because I'm being positive. I'm thinking positive.
Positive thinking indeed. Alpha Pan Pioneers there with another very, very encouraging performance indeed from the band, from the Sister Isle of Tobago, one of 7 in these semi-finals. And you know, when I think back, I think there's only one band that didn't make it from Tobago.
Yes.
Based on all the bands, it's 8 bands.
Yes.
That got judged.
Yes, and one band didn't make it.
Didn't make it in there. So that just tells you the strength of the Tobago bands. Congratulations again.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me.
Look forward to you all on Saturday coming up
Thanks.
again.
Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you so much, Keyshawn. And that is one of the arrangers, one of the co-arrangers for the band, the Alpha Pan Pioneers, here with us on 360 TV as we have coverage, live coverage of the small conventional steel orchestra semi-finals here at Victoria Square in uptown Port of Spain. And we're getting ready for another Tobago band, the 4th in succession here as they get themselves ready. And here is Kirsch Ramsey, another one of the emerging stars of the Tobago bands. Kirsch Ramsey is the arranger for T&Tech New Eastside Dimension from Bell Gardens in Tobago on the main road. Elvan Beckles is the leader of the band. Desmond Richardson and Oliver Hospitalis are the tuners of the bands. The tune of choice, I Love Being Me from 1992. Of course, composed by Sugar Aloes, sung by Michael Anthony Osuna, the Sugar Aloes, and of course arranged for the band by Kirsch Ramsey, the very popular Kirsch Ramsey. And of course we saw O.J. Richards earlier. Kirsch and O.J. of course will be arranging for the Silver Star Steel Orchestra in the large conventional category, but they have a war going on. So let's hear what the T&Tech New Eastside Dimension can come up with.
hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
The TNTech New East Side Dimension from Bell Gardens on the main road in Trinbago. And that is another stunning performance there from, you know, the man, Kirsch Ramsey. And really laid it out on the line here. He knew he had to come with something big because of what has gone before. And boy, he didn't disappoint. He put on a truly stunning performance indeed. And really had those fans talking, as they say, and really giving up an amazing vibe here, a real panorama vibe here at the semi-final action. Remember, it's all coming to you live here on 360 TV, and what a performance we just had there. And of course, it's that the man himself, Mr. Ramsey, doing it all so good, arranging another stunning performance here for the band, the New East Side Dimension, the TNTech New East Side Dimension Steel Orchestra. And remember last night, they were like the last band really to start the rehearsals. They kind of waited and let the players who needed to perform and to practice with other bands. He allowed them to go and do their stuff, and then he kind of got there later, and then he just took his players through their paces, and no doubt give a pretty good performance. And today, of course, it shows that they did their work. They did it late, but they did the work, and they certainly came here to make a statement, and boy, they did make a statement here in this semi-final action, and they no doubt really put up the challenge here. They didn't back down at all from what has gone before, and they certainly stared that in the face and then put down a real stunner of their own. The TNTech.
So they will give him his support and give me my support as well. So, you know, after they practiced by him, they came across by my band and we had a good rehearsal last night. So when you come today, it's just drill it in slow, don't kill out the players, don't kill out the energy, because we need it on stage. And I'm so proud that I got the energy, I got the vibes, I got the execution, and I'm satisfied.
Well, and I think that was very evident because from the start,
yes,
you know, you had a very dynamic kind of start, and then they just kept building.
Because after looking at the judges' score sheet from the preliminaries, we worked on that. All the comments, the positive and the negative, and we worked on that. We drilled all the parts that they say, hey, you need to work on this, players need to think, we work on everything. And
I'm always curious how much credence you put to what the judges' comments are, because after all, they're the ones who are judging you.
Because 1 point is very vital in a panorama, you know that. So if you just say, hey, because a judge made a comment that if the whole band, if the band's singing, the whole band needs to sing.
Right.
And if they gave us 1 point less, I say, hey, here what's going on. Everybody needs to open their mouth and sing the part.
Right.
Because that 1 point could take me into the finals.
True.
Yeah.
So you never know what the judges are looking at. And
exactly.
So it makes sense that you.
But I'm proud. At the end of the day, I'm proud. The crowd response coming through the crowd, and after hearing, hey, well done, well executed, well performance, good energy, good vibes. Yes.
And when did you guys come? You came down yesterday or what?
We came yesterday. So the disadvantage the Tobago bands have, we cannot practice. So we didn't have no practice on Thursday.
Because
the pans are on the boat. So the Trinidadians now, they could practice full. So we had to come in the Savannah yesterday and make sure everything was right, everything was straight, and come today and put on a well-done performance.
It worked, man. Whatever works, it works. So once again, Coach Ramsey here with us. Congratulations. And we look forward to you all in the finals come Saturday. So that was band number 11, the TNTech New East Side Dimension Steel Orchestra. We move to band number 12, Laventille Serenaders from St. Barb's Road and Laventille Road in Laventille. It's Jeremy Ashby is the leader, Roland Harrigan and Bertram Kelman, the tuners, Mashup, Jason Shaft Bishop, of course Dexter Black's the man, Ode Franklin is the arranger of this one for Laventil Serenaders, band number 12. 12 of 30. It seems as if they're just waiting to get something. So actually they're looking for the metronome so that they could get the count. And of course, Odie Franklin, who is one of the 3 arrangers for the band Skiffle. And Odie, I think he got his metronome now so he could get the count going. Here we go.
very interested. It was very great. It was more better than the first one. You know, but this one was more exciting. It was more fiery, more work we put in, and it paid off. You know, I congratulate them, the youths and them, and everybody made that great sacrifice to come out here tonight and make Laventille feel proud.
And that's the thing, and I was just making that comment because we had the band from Mova, the Sound of Music, and you know, it was just a question of, you know, that there's a new band, and I think that's a spin-off from Desperados because, you know, they had their roots in Despas, but that situation there in Coconut Drive, they felt they needed to do something, and they produced that. You obviously with the Laventille Serenaders, you know, so much has been said about Laventille, but when it comes to playing pan, you know, it's a different conversation, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I follow. Laventille is one of the most area gifted in the lines. I mean, steel band music. They are like you know, the appearance of this great pan is this great whatnot. You know, like for me, I played Desperados for about 50 years. I tour all over the world with them, and when I just so in 1995 and say, look, I'm gonna open my own band, and I start from Pan Wong Neck into this arena and was very successful and come to the stage, you know. And
now with Serenaders.
Yeah, it's Laventille Serenaders, but I still with my roots.
Right. Yeah. Well, you can't get away from that, you know. And, but again, I want to congratulate you because you could tell the difference from the preliminaries to the semi-finals today, and now we're looking forward to maybe a third performance at the Savannah, and looking at that. But I mean, I thought the youths gravitated to that music. Who chose that song?
It's the arranger. The arranger, he from New York, and Olia Franklin, and he chose it. And I tell him, well, go ahead. You call him here, the thing is I will choose it. Right. So it was great, and I appreciate it. Yeah, he did a very good job for me and all the players. And
okay, Mr. Kingston, thanks so much, and we're looking forward to you all in the finals. Hopefully, the judges will give you the credit that you deserve, and we see you on Saturday night in the Savannah.
Thank you so much, Oscar.
Thanks so much. Yeah, appreciate it. Yes, indeed, and that is the Laventille Serenaders, band number 12. But let's go quickly to band number 13, St. Margaret's Superstars from, of course, 6th Street, St. Margaret's Lane in Belmont. The school, Nicholas Dabro is the leader of the band. Juma Simmons tunes the band. Too Young to Soca from 1986. Marshall Montano, Sheldon Peters is the arranger of this song. So let's take you stateside for St. Margaret's Superstars, band number 13.
representing Belmont, number 6, Margaret Lee.
And that was band number 13 there, the St. Margaret's Superstars, of course, a band of past and present students at the St. Margaret's Boys RC School. And what a performance it is that they were putting on there, and no doubt making things very interesting indeed, and really giving it a stunning performance here, and giving the crowd something to cheer about here. Again, this school, of course, this band really was established in September of 2002 with the assistance of the Education School Improvement Program, and it has grown by in addition of a state side that consists of past and present students under 21 and a conventional small steel orchestra, which is the one that performed here tonight. And of course, members from the junior band will also be taking part in all of this. St. Margaret's Boys Steel Orchestra under 13 junior panorama champions in 04, 06, 08, 09, 10, 11, 12, and 13. And they also junior panorama champions in under 16 division. They were champions in the primary schools in 07 and second place in 08. The Boys Steel Orchestra, the under 21, and they were third in 09 in the junior panorama. And in the music festival non-schools category, they were champions in 2010 in the soloists, duets and quartets, and they were second place in the orchestra as well. So this band has done a fantastic job. They played at the Florida Memorial University Youth Band Fest in April of 2009, 10, 12 and 13, and they launched their first CD in July 2008, in the July the 5th of 2008. So they're a band that has done amazing work, and they just continue to grow from strength to strength. And the players are now situated as key players in some of the big bands throughout Trinidad and Tobago, and no doubt will be judged by such. But they've really been a fantastic group going forward. And so let me say good evening to you as well, and congratulations on a fantastic, because you played the anthem earlier to start things off. Yes, and here you are tonight, you know, conducting the band. What has this journey been like for you? You know, working with a band like this with these students, it's kind of like in your blood, I would imagine.
Yes, I actually started pan in this band. My first time playing pan was in St. Margaret's. The feeling being able to teach, to drill the band now after so long, it's exuberant. I mean, overwhelming, I must say. It's been a task also. Like, it's been better for myself, my ears, and I love it.
Well, I know, and I would imagine you would not prefer to be working with any other band. While you might work with other bands, this one is close to your heart.
It is. This is a personal band. This is actually my first time being a drill master, and well, with my band, with my home band, St. Margaret's.
Well, that's great. And now what was that journey like for you as a kid growing up in the school and learning to play the instrument?
It was fantastic. A task at first, but there was always something. Music was always something that I loved. So from the minute I was introduced to the pan, as loving music, I decided to take it as much as serious as I can with any other thing, and I learned to read music, to write music, to score music. I mean, to play classical music, any type of music we learned to play as a child in St. Margaret's. It developed me also as the player I am up today.
Right, and that's the thing, and I want people to know that you're one of the well, of course, a key frontline player with Trinidad All Stars, but you also have a solo career.
Yes,
and how is that going? I mean, the exposure you get from being at St. Margaret's, being with All Stars, I would imagine helps in that part of your life.
Yes, it helps wonderful, tremendously. People see me like performing with the band or with just St. Margaret's or All Stars, and they're like, I love that energy you have. Do you do it by yourself? And I'm like, yes, I do. And when they call, like majority of my calls came from people seeing me performing with
St. Margaret's and All Stars.
It is like that.
Yeah,
Now,
it helps.
you're talking about learning to read and write and score music and stuff like that. What kind of formal training did you get outside of St. Margaret?
I have 2019 I passed out of UTT with my bachelor's degree in performance and fine arts. So I have my bachelor's, certificate in pan tuning, pan making, pan tuning. We've learned traveling with all with different bands over the Caribbean. Teaching also, I've been teaching for about 14 years plus the kids. Yeah, so it has impacted me outside tremendously. Like, I wouldn't know what to do without music actually at this point.
All right, well that's great, and I would imagine you are like an example to these youngsters because they're looking at you now, seeing what you're doing with your career, and I'm sure they want to follow in your footsteps. What kind of guidance? How do you approach that part of it?
Well, a while back I actually stopped talking about it and I started more practice it. So I put more action into place. So if you see me on a performance, I will come perform. If I'm in a rehearsal, I'll come a rehearsal. Every time is 7 o'clock, I'm there from 6:50 or 6:30 practicing before, making sure I have my music tight, making sure that just because I can't play doesn't mean that I'm not going to practice with the band. So it all means my words for the youth: don't ever forget where you came from, don't ever get swallowed. Practice makes permanent. And always practice. Always practice.
I know that is part of the whole mantra at Trinidad All Stars because they are recognized as one of the hardest working bands, and that's the reason why they can never rule out the band on a final night because what you get in like the semi-finals is something totally different.
Nowhere near finals.
Because of that work ethic and that discipline to get things, and I'm sure you're passing that on to these youngsters.
Yes, I am.
In the
Try
band
my best
as well, and it's certainly good because based on this performance tonight, it really was a step up from the preliminaries, and because when I saw the score, I say something's wrong here, but then when I heard it and now I'm hearing this, I could see the amount of work that went in to it, and I think a lot of it too would have been cleaning up things.
Yes, a lot of cleaning up.
Well, that's good, and well, congratulations again on a fantastic performance, and hey, we just wait on the judges now.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks so much for stopping by. Enjoy it, appreciate it. So there again, we go again, Sheldon Peters from St. Margaret Superstars, and of course all of the other members of the band and the management team and all the teachers at the school, they all kind of pulling in the same direction, and these young men and women are benefiting tremendously from all that they've been able to pass on to them, and we certainly look forward to that. But we're leaving one Belmont band and we're going to another just down the road from where the St. Margaret's Boys School is, the St. Margaret RC School. And of course, we're heading down to the Belmont Circular Road in Belmont, where we will find band number 14, Casablanca Foundation Steel Orchestra. Casablanca is really a foundation, a name that has really been part of the pan landscape for many, many years, over 60 years. And they're here again. Pretel Pereira is the leader of the band. High Mass is the tune of choice, David Rudder. And of course, from 1998, Noel Scar is the arranger. So let's take you stateside for band number 14, Casablanca with High Mass.
Steel Orchestra playing David Runner's
And there we go, band number 14, Casablanca Foundation Steel Orchestra playing High Mass, and of course from 1998. And there are a number of players in this band who are not even near 25 years old. So they would have played music that was made before they were even born. Boy, I thought they mastered it very well indeed. Really an amazing performance. Very encouraging indeed from these youngsters. Most of them are teenagers. Some of them are not even teenagers just yet, but they just seem to get it in terms of what the arranger wanted from them in terms of playing this music. He slowed it down for them, and then he kind of quickened it up a little bit as well once they kind of got into the arrangement, and they did a fantastic job with it. And I know that they can be justifiably proud of their efforts here this evening. The Casablanca, and of course the legendary names of Oscar Bogart Pyle, Ormond Patsy Haynes, Arthur Art Nicoto, and Anthony Prospect will forever be linked to Casablanca Steel Orchestra. In December of 1983, Casablanca journeyed to the USA and performed at the Brooklyn Academy of Music, when Steel was, of course, the spotlights. They celebrated performances, and really the 1985 concert review with academic, journalist, historian, it certainly was an amazing performance indeed, and it certainly speaks volumes to the sort of passing of the torch, because for a number of years Casablanca really they weren't even performing in terms of panorama competitions, but they had a music school. They started to develop from within, and we see in these youngsters now, many of them who are learning not just to play pan, but to learn to read the music and to write music, and this is the end product. As I said, most of them are under 10, 11 years old, but boy, they certainly perform like seasoned campaigners, and they deserve every commendation for a really solid performance indeed. Because people always tend to go back to the early days of the band, and like I said, some of those names that I called there, but this is a new generation. But there is that link, because you could just feel exactly what Noel Skyer was trying to achieve with the band. It's like he's passing the torch onto them, giving them a little bit of what it was like over the years with this band, and keeping that tradition alive, but adding maybe a little bit of a modern tinge to the music that they're playing. And he didn't come all the way to the present, but he certainly kept that sort of, as we call it, backtracking pan. Chose one of those songs, but chose a popular song, and a song that they would like, a song that they could gravitate to, and they certainly performed it very well indeed. The Casablanca really bringing I think all the folks in Belmont must be humming right now, because Casablanca is a Belmont band, and they no doubt would be very, very keen to see Casablanca continue on this track and continue to grow and develop. And no doubt, tonight we're joined here by the man who put all of this together, and no doubt we want to congratulate you on a solid performance, Mr. Skyer. How did you all come up with this song? What you chose this song for them, because some of them weren't born yet.
No, there's a long story. Here what happened. When the pandemic was over, that is in March, I wanted to do a prayers in the yard. And after brainstorming it, I said, look, but you know which your way do it. When I reach home, I hear give praises children, because Casablanca is a youth band, it's a children band.
Right.
It's a youth band. So when I hear that and say give praises children, I say let me do this, not with panorama in mind. When was April? One of the organizer say, drop this form in Trinbago for Panorama. Form the signer. And the next one say, why do that for Panorama? And I say yes. And that is how we come up.
That's how we come up with it. What I like about it is that these youngsters, they kind of, you see them, they're singing, they're enjoying playing the music. It's not too fast, although I know you speed it up a little bit for them in certain parts, but they kind of enjoy the relaxed nature of the arrangement that you give them.
Yeah, well, the Casablanca is a foundation where we do theory music and also do the practical. So we want to make the kids well-rounded musically. Right. All right? And, well, you know, they're looking at the TV, how the other big bands perform.
Right.
You know, that kind of thing generates through the band.
Yeah, that excitement, they want to do that.
Yeah. So that is already happening with Casablanca. But it's really, Casablanca is a foundation where we teaching children theory aspect and also the practical.
I would imagine the vast majority of the kids are from that little academy that you have there.
Yes, some of them from in the catchment area, Belmont, but some of them outside Diego Martin and so on.
Right.
But here what we're doing, the word spread around them.
Right. Now, if somebody who's listening or want to get their kids involved, because I tell you what, this is a wonderful advert for Casablanca and the academy and the work that you all are doing there. So if somebody wanted to
all they have to come and do come by Dark Island in Belmont. The Panyard is right there. So we welcome all youths to come in the Panyard and join. Not really for Panorama. Panorama is one aspect of it. But to learn the theoretical part of the music and to do the practical, learn how to play properly.
Because I looked at some of the players and I'm watching the basses, the youngsters on the basses, the wrists cocked, you know, so they're not ponging the band, they're just touching the band, you know, which again has to do with form and practice and know-how.
The technical training. You mostly play the band with the wrist, not your hand. You know what I mean? So you have to train them how to roll, how to do staccato, how to, you know, all the devices you try to implement in them.
Right. And it's great to see because, and you know what, when they finish play, you know, I don't want to say it's like relief, but boy, you could see the joy. It's like they were so satisfied with the performance. And you know, they're playing on the big stage. So this is it. So Mr. Sky, let me thank you again and congratulate you on a fine performance. And we look forward to great things. Hopefully we'll see you in the Savannah on Saturday.
I hope so.
All right, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yep. And again, that was band number 14 there, the Casablanca Foundation Steel Orchestra. Here's another North band, band number 15. We're going up to Tokyo Steel Orchestra, the set number 2A, Pleasance Road, John in Laventille. Oswald Farmer Goddard is the leader. Juma Simmons is the tuner. Mashup is the tune of choice. But of course, Jason Schaff Bishop composed it. And Blacks, Dexter Stewart, the late Dexter Stewart. Richard Wormjerry is the arranger for the band. This is band number 15. We're at the halfway stage here now. Tokyo Steel Orchestra playing Mashup, arranged by Richard Wormjerry. That's the Tokyo Steel Orchestra there from 2A Pleasance Road in Junction in Laventille. Another one of those foundational bands that really has a rich history in the steel band movement. Like we was talking about Casablanca and of course Tokyo, Carib Tokyo, when they were in their heyday, sponsored by Carib. They were perennial finalists in the Panorama, and but the band, of course, they've lost that sponsorship and they haven't really been able to reclaim those glory days, but I'm sure it's just a matter of time before they're able to do that. And it's all about the work, putting in the work. And you know, like Casablanca, for example, we was telling you about Casablanca. In 1950, they were the first steel band to use the soprano pans and 5-set bass. In 81, they performed at the first Belizean independence ceremony, then donated a full set of pans to the people of Belize. In 1982, they placed first at the Steel Band Music Festival with a rendition of the Tchaikovsky's 1812 Overture. And they were the recipients of National Award, the Hummingbird Gold Medal, for loyal and devoted service to the steel band movement, although never winning the coveted National Panorama title. In 1983, they came close by placing second. Of course, Tokyo, meanwhile, their history is also a rich one. And so they are not, like I said, they haven't really been able to scale those heights lately. I don't know the likes of Travis Mulrain and others, Samuel Llewellyn, have been trying and keeping the band afloat, and of course creating opportunities for the youngsters, and you know, starting with the youth and trying to build the band, as I say, from the bottom up, so to speak. And you know, looking at how best to keep the steel band, the band itself, keep it alive. Tokyo, this band was founded in the early 1940s. The band has as its early leader Dudley Roof, and it was called Destination Tokyo, so named after a film of the same name. The band made its first appearance in 1945, and the pioneer band player and late Captain Winston Spree-Simon was about the same time creating history with his inventions. The cost of maintaining the band was great, so that in 1963, when the band got sponsorship by the Carib Brewery, it went a long way in the development of the band, since expenses such as pants, racks, uniforms could have now been obtained through this new association with the Caribbean Development Company. Although the Carib, just like Casablanca, Tokyo, they've never won the Panorama competition since they first entered, but they have given some stunning performances over the years. In the Music Festival of 1968, the band won the Test Piece category, which was cited as the stiffest test for pan men. The piece was Sunday Morning by Benjamin Britten. In this year of 1968, the band also won the Bomb 4 competition with the selection Finlandia. As the years went by, Carib Tokyo went from strength to strength. In 1970, the band was runner-up in the Bomb competition and was also second best beating band on both days of Carnival, Monday and Tuesday, having reached the finals of the 1971 Panorama with Mama Say by Blakey. The band placed second in 1972 and 73 with Calypso's Mrs. Harriman and My Connie. They received a trip to St. Catharines, Canada, to the Grapevine Festival as part of their prize. In 1975, they were part of 7 of the 8 bands which played tribute to Spree-Simon. The band placed third. Winston Spree-Simon made an appearance with the band on the final night of that competition. Since then, the band has made several overseas tours to Caracas, Venezuela in 1983 to Los Angeles Folk Festival in 81. And between 79 and 84, they performed in Washington, New York, and the Los Angeles Olympic Games. The Pan Theatre in John John had its first phase completed in 1989, and this was the forerunner to the present policy whereby self-reliance is now the guiding watchword. And over the past years, Tokyo has had several arrangers. They include Ray Holman, Clive Bradley, leading musicians in their own right. Tokyo has also been a mother of the other steel bands in the area. Similarly to Invaders of the West, Fascinators, City Symphony, and Tropical Harmony are some of the bands which have spawned out of Tokyo. So in any discussion on steel band, Kaib Tokyo is recognized as one of the leading steel bands in the land, although they haven't really been able to win anything lately, but they're sort of rebuilding, rebranding, and hopefully they'll be able to really get back to that level, in the not too distant future. So Kaib Tokyo performing here with distinction here tonight. Of course, the band owes a tremendous debt to the community and the sponsors. And Tokyo over the last 3 years have not done as well as expected in the Panama competitions. But of course, you want to believe with a band at this quality, it's only a matter of time before they eventually get back to their winning ways and maybe go on to win that coveted Panorama title before it's all said and done. Remember back in the day, everybody played in the large band category, but now Tokyo is playing in the small conventional category, as I say, a sign of the time, so to speak. So it's just a question of, can they get the job done at this level and then, in time be able to climb the ladder again and get back to where they once were among the elite steel orchestras in TNT. But that was band number 15. We're getting ready now for band number 16. We understand that there will be a break at about 9 o'clock, so we may be able to get this band and maybe one other if possible, or maybe after band number 16 we may have a short intermission, allow the judges the opportunity to refresh themselves and of course stretch their legs a little bit, and then we get back to the action. But we're getting ready for Fusion Steel from Dutton Street in San Fernando, of course the home of the NLCB Fontclair Steel Orchestra, and Darren Shepard, who is also the man leading the Fontclair at the moment.
This
and arranging for
Fontclair
and of course Desmond Richardson and Terence Shepard are the tuners of the pants.
The tune they'll be playing is By Any Means.
By Any Means
sung
from
by
2020.
Voice.
Again,
the arranger for the
Aaron
band is Darren
St. Louis,
Shepard.
the man
Ladies
known
and
as
gentlemen,
Voice,
band number
who
16,
composed it and sung it.
Fusion Steel.
And of course, Darren Shepard is the arranger for Fusion Steel from Dutton Street in San Fernando, the home of the NLCB Fontclair Steel Orchestra. Let's take you stateside for Fusion Steel with arrangement by Darren Shepard, By Any Means from 2020. And there you have it, some Fusion Steel.
Doing by any means, arranged by Darren Shepherd.
And of course, Darren Shepherd there. That was band number 16 here at the semi-finals of the small conventional steel orchestras with their with 30 bands, of course, taking part, trying to win the judges' nod. Remember, we're coming to you live here on 360 TV as we cover the semi-finals of Panorama Small Conventional Steel Orchestras for 2023. And what a performance we've had. What kind of performances we've had so far. Some amazing performances that we've had so far, and it really is so it certainly is. It's going to be very interesting to see what the judges come up with. But this has been it's a very quality performance. Certainly in terms of the quality of the penmanship, and certainly in terms of the arrangements and everything else, the preparedness of these bands. It certainly has been. It certainly has been an amazing night of fun, and we're only halfway done. We still have quite a bit to go. And it means that the things should only get better as we go through, because there are still some outstanding bands to perform. So we just gone past halfway now. Fusion Steel, again. It's kind of like everything is emanating out of the Fontclair Pan Theatre and Font Rose and Clare Street in San Fernando. But Fusion Steel, I'm not sure how many people are actually aware of this, but they actually have one of the best Christmas albums with Parang Soca and other pieces on it. And again, this is all the work of Darren Shepherd, and hopefully he'll be able to join us in a little bit. But it's really been a fantastic arrangement that he put forward there for Fusion Steel. And like I said, they have really set the stage with their Christmas album. It's one of my favorite albums, together with that of course the Pamberry, I think, which is goes without saying. But those are two of the best Christmas albums that are on the market right now, and there are others. I think Johan Chakri just produced one. We've had Glenn Brooksy Sharp with one, and others. A lot of other players of Panis have had some solid work done. And it's just a question. I try to play as many of them as possible, just to give people an idea of just how versatile the pan is today, and how much, how things are working out. So we certainly would look forward to that. We do have Darren Shepherd, who has just joined us, and so we're just going to be chatting with Darren. Darren, congratulations on a wonderful performance. Let's put it that way, because I know this is hard work in the sense that, but it's a labor of love, because you would do it with your eyes closed, as they say, because you see the looks on the faces of these youngsters as they just seem to enjoy performing.
Practically a new band. Fusion Steel started in 2009 as an ensemble. We evolved into the Panorama situation in 2015. And I have a philosophy that I'm looking for players who's committed to one band. And in this day and age, that's very difficult to do.
Right.
So I had a group of players, they choose otherwise, and I started afresh coming out of the pandemic, and I'm happy to say I have 60 young players who are very committed.
And that's great. Now, I was just making the point that I don't think a lot of people know that the Fusion Steel that you're actually hearing now, the name, that Christmas album is such a boss album.
Yeah,
that
indeed it is.
I don't know how people recognize just how good. I will say if I have two albums for Christmas, it's that and the Panberry. Those I don't know much else.
Alan Diaz says the same thing. Yeah, so that's fantastic.
And it really is amazing.
And
the quality of the work.
We just did a remake of it, and it's now available on flash drive.
Okay.
So next Christmas, you can pick it up on flash drive.
Well, that's great, and we certainly look forward to that. Now, what's the future for Fusion Steel? I mean, you have Fontclair, that's your baby.
Yes.
Fusion Steel is like, I don't want to call it your adopted child, but it's part of the family.
Well, I will put it this way. Fontclair is the mother. Fusion Steel is my child. Because when I was displaced from Fontclair, I started Fusion Steel.
Right.
And it worked out in such a way where we became homeless and we only had one home as an option.
True.
And that's Fontclair Spaniard, which is home for me because I was born and bred in Fontclair Spaniard. So it's one big family.
And that's great because it means that they don't have to go looking for a home. They know where home is.
Absolutely. And it also means that Fontclair starts the Panorama season on Monday with 90 to 100 players already.
And that's great. Now I know you all started by kind of adopting some of the schools in the area.
Yes.
And how is that working out?
That's
is that a product of this?
Some of the players, yes. St. Gabriel's is participating in the primary school category. Pleasantville Secondary, which is a school that has a long history affiliation with Fontclair. They are also in the secondary schools category. Then we have Fontclair Juniors, Fusion Steel, and Fontclair. So we have 5 groups coming out of one Panyard. Apart from that, we have 11 schools altogether that we work in. So the future looking bright.
And that's pretty good. And I mean, you don't ever say it, but I could say it, and it's because of your enthusiasm and your stick-to-itiveness that Fontclair has this very bright future, because you kind of looked at the situation, surveyed the landscape, and took decisions that are really reaping benefits now.
Well, I want to say that COVID was a blessing to Fontclair. Because in that time we were able to revamp our management. We worked and developed our Panyard, and we worked on developing our schools program even more. And I'm happy to say that it's immediately bearing fruit. We're changing the entire stock of our instruments over the next 3 years, which has already started. We're working with Desmond Mapo Richardson and Terrence Shepard, 2 of the top tuners in Trinidad and Tobago right now. We have developed a real family type atmosphere, and the sky's the limit for Fontclair.
Quickly here, because the other band is getting ready, how you felt the performance went tonight with Fusion?
I was comfortable, and this band has been growing. Again, it's young people, but I see every night they grow and develop, and the sky's the limit again.
And I suppose you have one of those, you're blessed right now because you have 60 players you could choose from,
and they don't play with any other band.
And you're committed to this
Absolutely.
exercise here, and that is that is a blessing.
Yeah, absolutely.
in this day and age, because I was speaking to the guys from Tobago, and Ramsey was saying he started his practice at 11 o'clock last night because all the bands were basically in the same general area in the Savannah.
Yeah, and people jumping all over.
People jumping. So he said he'll wait until they're finished, and he would then go because he wanted his full complement.
And that's fine for them. For me, I rather do the painstaking work, and 3 years, 4, 5 years down the road, reap the benefits of an identity of a steel band that is totally committed to the cause.
And certainly look at that. And I don't know if you have some breaking news here. What song you're going with for Panorama this year, partner?
We're doing Voice.
Oh, you're doing Voice?
We're doing Voice. We picked that very early.
Right, Soca.
We already 1/3 in the arrangement, and practice starts in full on Monday night.
Well, that's good. And well, all the best. Congratulations again on a fine performance.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure, Darren. And continue the great works. We look forward to seeing you on Saturday. So that was Darren Shepherd there from the band Fusion Steel. And talking a little bit, you know, when you talk Fusion Steel, you talk, you're fun clear. So I know the late Wire Austin would have been very happy with the direction that the band is taking right now. And I'm sure we can look forward to bigger and better things going forward. Remember, we're live here on 360 TV as we continue our coverage of the Trinbago's Small Conventional Steel Orchestra semi-finals. 16 bands hoping to make it through to Saturday's final. And we've just had 16 completed. So we have 14 more to go. And we start in with band number 17. The Motown Pan Theatre Steel Orchestra. Another San Fernando band from Jadu Trace in San Fernando. Now or after? So of course, just as we suspected, they're going to take a little bit of a breather and give the judges a time to stretch their legs, refresh themselves. So maybe in about another 10 to 15 minutes, we'll be coming back with the second half of our coverage here on 360 TV of the Small Conventional Steel Orchestra semi-final action from what is only a haven for pan and culture, Victoria Square in Port of Spain. Stay with us. We'll be back here on 360 TV with more.
Ladies and gentlemen, band number 17 are on stage to perform for you. They make their way from San Fernando, Jadu Trace to be precise, Motown Pan Theatre Steel Orchestra, led by Ralph Sobers, their tune of choice.
Well, it seems as if we're going to do that intermission after this particular band. So we are getting ready now for the Motown Pan Theatre Steel Orchestra, playing in position number 17. Ralph Sobers is the leader. Fiery from 2008, Cecil Hughes, the maestro. Of course, the remix by Bunchy Garlin, Ian Alvarez, and Adin Herbert is the arranger of this one. So you can expect it to be jumpy and fiery, to say the least, as is the tradition of Adin Herbert. So let's get ready for band number 17, Motown Pan Theatre Steel Orchestra from Jadu Trace in San Fernando. Playing in position number 17, coming fiery. Arranged for the band by Adin Herbert.
together, show your support.
And there, of course, is band number 17, the Motown Pan Theatre Steel Orchestra from Jadu Trace in San Fernando. And, of course, playing Fiery by Cecil Humes, Ian Alvarez, the Bunchy Garland with the remake, and Arden Herbert was the arranger of that one. And, of course, remember, it is 60 years of Panorama here from 1963 to 2023, and of course, so 16 bands will be going through to the finals on Saturday, so you can look forward to that. And of course, we have quite a lot going on in terms of the Junior Panorama that is upcoming as well. So quite a bit. Remember, the judges tonight are looking for 40 points for arrangement, 40 points for general performance, tone is 10 points, and rhythm is 10 points. So a maximum of 100 points as well. And of course, tickets for the, well, we are already at the single pan finals, and we are into the small conventional semi-finals. The finals is on the 14th at 7 p.m. at the Queen's Park Savannah, $200 for those. And then, of course, we have the National Junior Panorama Finals. And that, of course, is on the 22nd of January, 9 a.m. at the Queen's Park Savannah. Adults $50, children $20. And of course, the Savannah Party, the semi-finals of the medium and large bands at the grandstand of the Queen's Park Savannah from 1 p.m. on February the 5th. Grandstand $300, North Stand $400. And the medium conventional bands, their final is at the Dwight York Stadium on Sunday the 12th from 7 p.m. Up on the bank is $150. In the grounds it's $300. Special reserve seats, the VIP is $500 a seat there. And the large conventional bands, the grandstand at the Queen's Park Savannah on February the 18th from 7 p.m. Special reserved $850, reserved $700, general admission $400, and the North Stand is $300. So those are the prices for the bands for the different panorama competitions upcoming. And of course, we also have the Junior Panorama that is coming up as well. So on Monday the 16th, and we've just been joined here by Arden Herbert. Of course, Arden, I was just saying, you know, this is like, it's almost like this band is made for you, because you know, I listened to the arrangement, and you can see your stamp all over the whole thing. And then, I mean, I'm seeing some familiar faces in the band, so I know you've been working with them for some time, so they know what you expect.
Well, let me first say Happy New Year. Wishing you all the best, and
Same
all
to you,
the
Parts,
listeners as well.
Thanks so much.
The band and the members worked hard. Yes, you do see familiar faces. Like most bands, a lot of players
follow the arranger.
And you know, they try to help out bands that are unsponsored. The members in this band work really, really hard, like many other members of other bands, but specifically in this band, because we started our song, and 2 weeks into the process, we found out that the song that we selected was played by the band many years ago.
Okay.
Because there is new management and lack of documentation, and even in terms of Trinbago, they didn't have a system in place where they could, once you
monitor
register,
that,
be able to say, hey,
Mm-hmm.
we had to change, and we only had 4 days to fix the song and get it together. And these members, the sort of man and woman hours commitment that goes into this performance. And this has nothing to do with arrangers and arrangers music. It comes back to the players and their commitment and their dedication that makes this show and such a spectacle.
But again, I mean, part of the credit also goes to you because they believe in you and they understand what you want or what you expect of them. Once they commit, they know that better days are down the road.
Well, I mean, I always tell my young players, if they see me smile, it's because I'm looking in their faces. They, so I am simply a mirror or a reflection of them. So if in fact you get energetic music, if in fact you get good music, it is a reflection of the sort of energy and the sort of spirituality that they allow me to, because I am the type of arranger that arranges in the panyard. I love, that energy, that interaction with players. So, it has been it was a challenge, but it was wonderful.
So how you came up with Fiery? What led you there?
As I say, it was a very short window because we had.
Had you touched it at all before? I mean,
Fiery, yes.
Okay.
So I am familiar, and then a couple of the members, we were going through a list of songs, and we say, you know what, this song suits the band. It suits the journey beyond. It is gonna suit the process, the performance. Yeah.
Well, because I'm glad you chose that because, again, some of these songs they're enduring, they live on,
yeah.
and you just kind of give it new life.
Correct. These icons like
it's like the bloody virus, man. It just keeps spawning all over.
Yes.
Yes,
of course.
We have a new variant now. The Arden Herbert variant of Fiery. Because that is, that is part of what music is. It's one. Because I was watching the people while the band was performing, and even after you all finished, they were like so into the music, right. and again, it tells you that this is something that they know, but they also like what they're hearing new.
Right, and that is very, very important. It's critical, it's significant. Song selection, because I always reflect on the 80s and 90s in a panorama when the North Stand was involved, the drag was involved. You had people on the east side of the stage, the south side of the stage, under by the judges, and it was such an interactive experience. And for different reasons, they no longer allow people, for
right. Yeah, the limited numbers. Yeah.
So that we have to create that familiarity and that integration again with the audience and the performance.
Well, certainly they will. Arden, again, congratulations. I look forward to seeing you guys in the Savannah on Saturday. Remember now, the judges, the executive have decided they're taking 16 bands instead of 14.
Wonderful.
So they're going with 16 because they felt it's the 6th anniversary and they're already having X amount in the large bands.
Right,
so they figure they could extend the small bands by another 2. So 16 bands will go forward to Saturday's final. And I look forward to seeing you there.
All right, I am looking forward to be there.
Congratulations again, brother. Thanks so much. Yep. Arden Herbert there with us again. Doing it also good with the boys from the Motown Pan Theatre Steel Orchestra with Fiery. And now we're getting ready now for another familiar band. We're staying in the Southland from Pleasantville. The Colomo King Steel Orchestra. From Pleasantville Avenue in Pleasantville. Kenneth Placid is the leader of the band.
Our next band
Federico Gay is the tuner of the pans. Signal for Lara is the tune of choice from 1995. Of course, composed and sung by Austin Lyons, Super Blue. Jason Farrell is the arranger of the band. We're getting ready for band number 18, the Calamo Kings Steel Orchestra, emanating out of Pleasantville in San Fernando and following right on the heels of the Motown Pan Theatre from Jadu Trace in San Fernando, and even before that, Fusion Steel from Dutton Street. So let's take you stateside now for band number 18, Colomo Kings with Signal for Lara.
band of Super Blue.
And there you have it there, band number 18 here, the Colombo King Steel Orchestra.
Band number 18, Colombo
Playing,
King.
of course, Signal to Lara here, and doing a fantastic job by Super Blue. Jason Farrell arrangement for the band. And of course, we're going to stay in the Southland. Because the next band is also from San Fernando. And we're getting ready for the Southern Stars Steel Orchestra out of Erin Road in Siparia. So, a lot to look forward to there as well. But again, Colombo Kings doing what they do best. Of course, they were in 10th place coming into tonight's semi-finals with 257 points. And they're hoping that they can build on that, maybe climb up the ladder. But if they even hold their position, then they will be in the final. So I think that's kind of like the calculations that most of these bands are making right now. So that's kind of like the idea here is so that they can make their way into the finals. And then once you're in the finals, hey, who knows what could happen. And you know, because you have a week to fix and cut and paste and, you know, take out stuff, add stuff, something new, something old, whatever it is. So a lot could happen in 1 week. Remember, we were live here on 360 TV covering the semi-finals of the small conventional steel orchestras here for Panorama 2023. I'm Ruskin Mark, and we certainly thank you for being a part of our coverage here from Victoria Square, where things are really humming now as players are really catching that spirit, that feeling of achievement of having practiced, work hard. Then you get to this point, and then you give a command performance, and there's no better feeling in the world. At this point, it's like win, lose or draw, doesn't matter. The idea is to come here and give of your best, and I think a lot of these players are adopting that attitude as they get themselves ready to no doubt work their way around, and they're looking forward to the next stage. And if that next stage is final night on Saturday, well, they will take that. If not, they live in the satisfaction of knowing that they gave it their best effort. They worked hard, and they came here and they performed hard, as they say. And now it's up to the judges to do their part. Of course, voice is a popular selection. So as we get ready now for the Southern Stars, they go back to 2022 without and bad. It certainly has been a big night for Pan, and one of the things that we often look at is to try to identify the players who are playing for 3, 4, sometimes even 5 bands, and sometimes it's even more than that, as we see players just changing jerseys. You see them in one band now, and then 2 bands later they're back on stage again. And some of them are so versatile that you see them playing single tenor, and then the next band they might be playing a double tenor, and then they might be playing a 4-pan somewhere else, and or they might even jump on the bass the next time. So it really shows you just how capable, and this is not just male, there are females like that who play for 5 and 6 different bands, even in the same category. So a number of these bands are showing, a number of these players rather showing just how capable they are. So again, we just heard there from the Kalomo Kings. The band hailing out there from Pleasantville Avenue in Pleasantville, San Fernando. So the Kalomo Kings have done their part. Now it's up to the judges to reward them as they see fit. Of course, we're getting ready for the Southern Stars Steel Orchestra. Of course, this is a band from the deep south, from Palo Seco, to be exact. As I say, the South Band, Southern Stars Steel Orchestra. Back in 2015, under the guidance of world-famous arranger Len Brooksy Sharp, the band eventually grew in numbers and founded its home, located at 122 Erin Road in Siparia, where they have taken pride in nurturing the immeasurable talents of the youths of the community, while in tandem ensuring they remain busy and engaged, and of course productively, that is. And of course they've chosen a big song, as they say. Southern Stars, they had 264 points coming into tonight, and they were 6th overall. Which is a fantastic achievement for them.
Good night, good night.
Yes, certainly is. And I just wanted to get your impressions quickly here of the Kalomo Kings, their performance tonight. How you felt?
Yeah, I felt it was great. I'm the drill master of the band, and with the late challenges we had, especially with the Christmas break, so it was a big gap from the preliminary round to the semi-final. But I think the band did a great job. You know, we really stuck it out. Just like this morning, we finished at almost 4 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
So I think we did a great job. And hopefully, you know.
And then, which area you felt you had to work on? Was it just cleaning up areas?
Yeah, the most areas, especially rhythm. Always rhythm. You know, rhythm is a number one problem in steel band. The basses was a little tough as well. The front line and the cellos were good. We had great players there. But we had to work on the background. More rhythm and the more background. So I think we did it, as I say, 4 o'clock in the morning. But almost this whole week we went, that kind of hours that we went. So I felt we did good. We did great, and
it's up to the judges now.
Yeah.
But how is the community gravitating to the band in Pleasantville?
Well, I am to tell you the truth, I am Keston Fillmore. I am the son of Ken Professor Fillmore. Right, so you know I'm a Pleasantville born and bred. So I don't really take part in Panorama again as bad, but this is a homegrown band. The arranger is a very close friend of mine, Jason Farrell. We grew up together, so I always come back to give assistance to the band whenever I can. You know, because the band has never made a final. We ran 10th in the prelims, so we're hoping that we could make a final for the band, and this is our goal, and to build even bigger from there.
Well, certainly it is, and I always say that they're going with 16 bands, so hopefully if you're 10th in the inside. So once again, thanks so much, and congratulations on a fine performance this year.
Thank you.
And we look forward to seeing you on Saturday.
All right.
Fingers crossed.
All right.
All right. So now we're getting ready now for the Southern Stars Steel Orchestra from 122 Erin Road in Siparia. Ricardo Marshall is the leader. Mario Joseph is the tuner of the bands. Of course, the tune of choice, Out and Bad, by Aaron St. Louis, the voice, who wrote it and sung it, and of course, arranged for the band by Len Boogsy Sharp, Dr. Len Boogsy Sharp, with 264 points and 6th position coming in. And let's take you stateside now for band number 19, Southern Stars Steel Orchestra, Out and Bad, arranged by Len Boogsy Sharp.
Southern Stars.
And there you have it there, band number 19, the Southern Stars Steel Orchestra from 122 Erin Road in Separia. And of course, Out and Bad there by Voice. And of course, Len Hooksy Sharp is the...
But before that, just want to let you know, don't forget, as we
is the arranger for the band. And Southern Stars, this is their inaugural Panorama competition. And of course, Bugsy is no doubt looking forward to take this band forward. Of course, they were formed in Palo Seco in 2015. And no doubt looking to rise up. And they could not have looked for a better place to start than with Len Bugsy Sharp to give them the opportunity to really put themselves forward. And so of course it really, and the thing about it is that this performance really it just kind of it was different to anything that we heard before. Just musically it was just this is vintage Bugsy, you know, as he certainly set himself up here. And I want to make a point here as well. This band only used 6 minutes and 35 seconds out of a possible 8 minutes. That's almost a minute and a half of more music that Bugsy could add to this selection, which I'm sure he will once they get into the final. And it certainly makes for an interesting competition when it's all said and done. So it really is shaping up to be a very keen competition. Because what you've seen happening here as well is that you have the young bucks, so to speak, and challenging the older guard. And like somebody like Bugsy, for example, is no doubt world renowned, but these younger arrangers are pushing. They're trying to kick the door down, but the likes of Bugsy and company, they're not just going to roll over and die. So it should make for a very interesting competition as well as we go through. And it's now up to the judges to determine who gets through. Coming up as well, so maybe I'm going to chat with you quickly. What name it is? Marshall. Okay. All right, as we have a little bit of a breather coming up, but Devon Marshall is here with us. Tell me a little bit about the performance and how you feel about it.
Feel great about it. There's a lot of hard work went into it, a lot of youths, and the performance that come out tonight, we're pleased with it. So there's a lot of youths. 90% of the band is youths.
How they gravitate to Bugsy's music?
Well, these is youths that some of them come out from the Police Youth Club in Separia, right? And some of the other youths playing with Bugsy at a time too, because most of we stateside players do play with Face as well. So in terms, Chap has been doing music for me over 7 years now. The first Panorama, but it's over 7 years he's doing now. So
he's been doing things in here. So what has the band been doing? Playing in the community kind of thing?
Yeah, every day, every year. Over stateside, about 25 people perform in the community regular. Come out and play out plenty. Do a lot of hard work in terms of practice. Band functioning now 7 years.
Right.
This is the first Panorama that we ever entered to.
Right, because you all were formed only in 2015 thereabouts. So it certainly looked like that. So thanks so much and appreciate it. I think Bugsy is coming by, so congratulations to you as well. And we're going to get an opportunity to chat with with Len Bugsy Sharp. And no doubt it's going to be an interesting discussion. Bugsy, congratulations, some amazing music here. But I mean, I didn't expect anything different, you know, because when I saw Bugsy arranging for the band, and this is like a new band, not that you have been them, you haven't been with them for a while, but this is their first Panorama. So how you feel about bringing them into the Panorama and produce a performance like that?
It's good to tell you the truth. It's a joy to work with kids.
Mm-hmm.
Kids in the band. A lot of them from the Polish band.
Right.
Mm-hmm. You know, and Mr. Vowell, great man, and Benny Chun and them. And Captain Devon, great guy. Mm-hmm. You have nice people, a lot of young people.
Well, that's the thing, and I think they seem like they're anxious to want to play, to learn the music, and to perform. But that's because of you, eh?
But you know, they're very, what they say, like everyone want to go home. The parents want to come and ask them, I'm going to school tomorrow.
Right. What was this week like leading up to today? How much time you had to spend with them?
Nah, I went early and started the tune.
Mm-hmm.
Last I was up there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I told them, call the captain over the phone and tell them one note to play and sing the rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
Or tape it on the phone and I said, do this for them.
Right.
Javan, good captain.
Mm-hmm.
The manager, Stevie Sudama.
Right. So were you there with them up to last night, or you just got them earlier today and you kind of worked them?
Last night, I was inside here.
Right.
Work them out again.
Oh, you're all right. So you got a chance to work them through, right? Hey, what time you finished this morning?
About 3. And then I get the bus to go back. You know? I want to say, thanks to Santa Noel. And you know, for the fireman.
Right. Talent.
Yeah, they show them have talent. It's nice to work in Superior because I used to work with Deltones.
Right, the Deltones band, yeah, from before.
Well, Devon, the captain, I'm wanting to show you that is come and play with our band. You're on our stage, silent.
Right, with phase 2.
Yes.
Right.
So that's what I say. I want to tell you something now. You have a tune for this year. You come out of party.
Actually, I played it up to today. Up to this morning, I played it on the radio.
Tell the people to play it too now.
I played it up to this morning on the radio.
Hey,
because I realized Aaron voiced it. Aaron did the voice on it for you.
Fantastic.
So I actually played Aaron's version this morning for you.
Yeah, don't play the other thing. Don't play the other thing.
Right, I played Aaron's version this morning.
Play Aaron. You know, I want to thank Western Paul, boss, arranger, producer, and Mr. Christoph Grant. Oh God.
Christoph, yeah.
He's a master. You know? So, the other night, of course, we gotta thank Aaron Duncan for that lovely voice. And when you get in song, so you could feel it.
Right.
And the story of Christoph Grant, when we come out of the party, tell about how we locked down so long. You know?
Now, yeah, time to party now.
Time to party. Open up the gate. When you come out and take it's a reality song. I just want to say thanks to the crew and thanks to my members. Our co-face, we come in the songs, right? We come out of the party, we come in.
Yeah, well, that's the general idea, you know.
But thanks for having me.
Yeah.
All over the world.
When you start, you started practicing earnest already, or you were just feeling out?
Just verse and chorus.
Just verse and chorus, right.
We're more concentrated. We have a youth band too.
Right.
You know? So.
But they have the Youth Panorama coming up to you, working on them as well.
I'm not doing them, I just give them the support.
Right.
I love to see children playing piano. It reminds me of me as a little boy. You know? But
remind you of you when you were coming up in here.
Well, not least, I want to thank Hardcore, Mr. John Haddad from Hardcore, he's CEO in Hardcore company. That's our sponsor.
Supporting the band and you know? Working with you all with the band.
Man.
Yeah.
That was so beautiful. John Haddad, Robert Haddad, Joseph Haddad, and 3 brothers. We love people. They were nice people. They people saved my life.
Right.
On national TV all over the world. I love them to death.
Well, that's good, man. And
all the TV players cleaner. They were clean freak. You know, you smoke a cigarette, you throw it in.
Yeah, keep it right, keep it clean.
I want to thank them for the support.
But you realize that the pan theater, because now you have so many youths involved in it, you know, it has to be more than just come and play pan. It's kind of building community and with everybody.
All bands in the community something, yeah. You know, which is nice. I noticed a lot of young children and things playing pan.
Yep. You didn't see Casablanca? Casablanca, only youth.
Only youth.
Some of them, they play in high mass and there's like 10-year-olds. 11-year-olds. You know, they can just see the joy on the faces because, you know, they're enjoying the music, playing the music.
And I'm going to tell this, I've got a granddaughter, right? Her name is Danaya. This little girl, since I was 6 months, I hold she could pick up the pan. Right?
She never left.
When I go look for Shark, when I go in Benari, she didn't know.
Yeah.
I said, where the boss lady? They said she in the back. When I go in the back room, she said, only go by herself, man.
Knocking on the pan. Yeah. Well, that's good, man. That's great. Yeah. Yeah. No problem. I'm sure I'll be chatting with you as the season goes. All the best. Yep. And we look forward to great news with this band going forward into Saturday's final. And I know because I watch the clock. 6:35, you know.
6:35.
Yep. So you have a whole minute and a half to add stuff there. I know you'll do it. Thanks so much, Boogs. Appreciate it. Yeah. So that's Len Boogsy Sharp chatting with us here, and of course talking with the Southern Stars Steel Orchestra out of Siparia, and no doubt looking forward to that. We take a break, come back with more as the action is on pause, at least for the next 5 to 10 minutes or so.
we're waiting on members of band number 20. We're about to start the second half of the show. That's members for La Hoguita Pan Groove. The band is led by Kyle Toppin. The arranger is Keon Robinson. They're playing a tune composed by Amrit Samaru, sung by Edwin Ayong. That's The Crazy, from 2007, Band from Space. Band number 20, La Hoguita Pan Groove.
So as we welcome you back here, we're getting ready now for band number 20, La Hoguita Pan Groove, from Neville Jules Crescent, Phase 5 in La Hoguita. This, of course, is a champion band from over the years, and they're back here looking for more success. Roger Robinson is the tuner. Band from Space from 2007, written by Amrit Samaru. Edwin Ayong, The Crazy, sang it. Keon Robinson is the arranger for La Hoguita Pan Groove, band number 20. They had 252 points coming out of the preliminaries, 12th highest, and I'm sure they'll be looking to improve on that. They have such a pedigree with Duvon Stewart. Let's see what they can do. Here's La Hoguita Pan Groove. the Lahokata Pan Groove from band number 20. The Lahokata Pan Groove playing Band from Space, of course, a composition of Amrit Samaru, sung by Edwin Ayong the Crazy, and arranged for the band by Keon Robinson. Band number 20. And of course, remember, with 30 bands in all, so we have 10 to go at this point in time. And of course, Lahokata, they were champions in this category in 2017 for the first time, and that's after really a storied career in the single pan category, where they won 5 in a row, and between 2007 and 2011, the band really dominated that category. Duvon Stewart, of course, was the man driving that success, and then he moved on to other bands where he also enjoyed great success. He then also dominated the medium category for a number of years, 6 in a row with Pan Elders, and I'm happy to let you know that, of course, Pan Elders now, they have a new arranger this year. Terence BJ Marcel is the man who's taken over there, so we can anticipate some serious fire coming their way. So it should be very interesting indeed to see how they're able to progress, if they can get back to those winning ways, because BJ has his formula, and it will be interesting to see how Pan Elders work with him and what kind of success they could have. So that was band number 20 there. Lahokata Pan Groove, really a champion band, a band with a rich history in the steel band fraternity. And of course, they're kind of like in the rebuilding mode right now. So it's going to be interesting to see how far they can go, and whether the small conventional is the ceiling for the band. I'm almost certain that given the new dispensation, their affiliation with UTT, and the team UTT is their sponsor now, that they'll be able to really grow and develop as a band and start making strides. Yes, again, yeah. Making strides again, and certainly getting back on track, as they say. So it would be very interesting to see how things work out here as well. So let me say congratulations to you, Sean. What is this feeling like? You work hard, you put on the performance, now you can kind of just rock back and just enjoy it. But I would imagine the adrenaline is still running.
Yeah. It's true, from the beginning I start, work hard. Yeah, that's number one. We work very hard. I would like to thank the band, the community, Lahokata Pan Groove. I want to thank the players, the young players especially, what start playing in the band from 2016. They have been successful in this 2023 Panama year. I hope you go further to the next rounds. More performance, more music.
But the band has a rich history, a history of winning. Especially in the single pan, but it was a 5 in a row or something like that with Devon. So people will always point to that. When you will be able to reclaim those boys. But everything takes time, and I think this is the building part of all of that.
Yeah, everything takes time. Well, we're looking forward. We're coming out to see if we can win it this year, because
2017 was the last time you won it.
2017 was the last time, and the youths, that was the first time the youths played.
Right.
And that's the first time they experience our winning vibe. So they want to feel that again, and we're working very hard. Every day they're coming out, they're painting and doing a lot of stuff. Everybody in the community, everybody's coming out. One love, one unity, and more performance.
What is somebody who is involved with the youths in particular, what does this band mean to the community right now, and what does it mean to you as you see so many youngsters getting involved? And more importantly, when the youngsters come, the parents would come eventually, with them, or the parents would bring them in some cases. And I always tell people, when the girls are there, the boys will come eventually.
True, but it starts off in primary school. Well, it have a lock, it has South School, lock, it has North School. Well, no boys and girls.
Right.
So over here, so we'll have boys and girls. If we go to the school and if we need players, but they don't start just so we have a program. We just run a program. Mr. Kurt Robinson. If you want to get onto the program, you can contact him. Or you can contact the captain Ellis and we will start. But that's how we just
work with it in that regard.
Yeah.
And I know people tend to label or brand communities in a particular way. But when you see, in spite of that, when you see youths coming forward, putting their hands up and taking responsibility, and then performing on a national stage like this, or really on an international stage because it's going, worldwide. So people all around the world seeing this, it must be a great feeling for somebody like yourself who is driving this kind of development in your community.
True, yeah. I'm thankful for Carnival 2023 and Panorama. This will be 22 years. I will be participating in more. And I'm glad for the youths, man,
And let me tell you something here. I just got a note. Now, they said this was agreed before Christmas, but because the minister was going out of the country, he kind of kept it under wraps. But the PAN players are down to get $500 from the government. Cabinet has approved that. And the bands are also due to get $15,000 to assist them, especially those unsponsored bands. That will go a long way to assisting them.
Yeah, I'm very thankful for everything. I'm very thankful, and I find that is the way it should go. Everybody should, so everybody can come and perform the right way. So one band, one song.
And knowing that is in the back of your mind, knowing that the money is there, and it's less stress for you. You don't have to worry too much now about where you're finding money to play bands. So let me thank you again, and congratulations on a fine performance.
Well, I'm very thankful, and thanks very much.
Right? Thanks so much.
Yeah,
So we can let me go now. That was band number 20. Let's go to band number 21 now. Of course, Highlander Steel Orchestra, another traditional band here from the Eastern Main Road, William Street, Success Village in Laventille. Robert Hernandez is the leader. Kale Noel is the tuners. A Better Tomorrow from 2021. Mark Loquan, the composer. Terry Lyons, the singer. And Kareem Brown is the arranger for this one. Band number 21, Highlander Steel Orchestra with A Better Tomorrow. Kareem Brown is making sure that everybody is in position. Again, another band with a lot of youths. Brown himself came out of the bowels of Highlanders, so he's kind of back home here and went to university, did his stuff, and now he's back, giving back to his community in the Success Laventille area. Kareem Brown standing in front of the band there, and an outstanding pianist in his own right, and now arranging great music. Let's take you stateside for band 21, Highlander Steel Orchestra, playing Mark Loquan's A Better Tomorrow, a song by Terry Lyons and arranged for the band by Kareem Brown. that was band number 21 there, the Highlanders Steel Orchestra from the corner of Eastern Main Road and William Street in Success Village in Laventille. And of course, A Better Tomorrow, the tune of choice there from 2021 by Mark Loquan. And of course, vocalized by Terry Lyons and arranged for the band by the homegrown Kareem Brown and himself. A baby who grew up in the Highlanders family and no doubt carrying on that legacy, the legacy of Bertie Marshall. When you consider in the early days, Highlanders, or Highlanders as it was called, was founded in the 1950s by Kim Loy Wong, who was the band's tuner, arranger and manager. But he left for the United States in 1959 and the leadership was assumed by Bertie Marshall, who became the band's leader and tuner. Highlanders ceased functioning in the 1970s when Marshall joined with Desperados, of course, to finish among the top 3 steel bands in various competitions in the earlies. But now the band is on the way back under a new manager, a new arranger. Of course, one of their own, so to speak. In the early days, there was a band by the name of Armed Forces, led by Bertie Marshall, and which performed at the U.S. Naval Base in Chaguaramas. At the same time, there was another band called Highlanders, which operated from Jackson Hill in the East Dry River area. Bertie Marshall was a tuner and was invited by Kim Loy Wong to assist with the tuning of the bands for Highlanders. In the intervening years, Kim Loy migrated and Bertie Marshall took over the band. It should be noted that Armed Forces was not a road band, but Highlanders was. And it was only natural, therefore, that with Bertie Marshall's prowess, his experimentation would come to the fore, and did Highlanders. The band acquired a spot on the old St. Joseph Road near Erica Street, and that became the headquarters for the band. They now have a spot on the Eastern Main Road as well, and they're putting up a nice structure that of course is going to morph into a wonderful fan theatre in a couple of years time when it's all said and done. Highlanders have had an impressive record of victories in the bomb competition. A number of pan renditions have found their way into pan history, such as Gypsy Ronda, Italiana in Algiers, Let Every Valley Be Exalted, and a waltz from the opera Faust. The tuner and captain of the band was Bertie Marshall, who was responsible for the unbelievable Bird Pound. There were men in Highlanders in the days of glory, such as Leslie Professor Slater of Gypsy Rhoda fame, and Mama This Is Mars fame, Johnny Phillip, Franklin Oliveira, Beresford Peterson, and of course Keith Smith, Teddy Belgrave, Tony Morris, Clive Brooms, Kenny Sanford as administrators of the band over the years. So this band has had a rich history, and I'm sure it will continue. I think we're going to try to see if we can get a quick word with Kareem. Kareem, of course, has been doing some amazing work at UTT with the National Steel Symphony and other areas where he uses his immense talent. So with Kareem getting ready to stop by, we no doubt looking forward to chatting with him about the band's performance. One. And of course some of the future for this band, Highlanders, with so much promise and of course with so much young talent. The sky, as they say, is the limit for the band. So again, another band from the North Trinidad. We're going to Tobago next, Tobago Panthers. So as they set up, we're awaiting Kareem, who is making his way towards us. It's a little bit of a long, they have to go around to get to this point. But we could certainly say Highlanders certainly give a creditable performance tonight. And I'm sure they must be happy and thrilled with what they got. So as we stand by here now, we're getting ready for band number 22 of 30. This is a band out of Tobago, the Tobago Panthers Steel Orchestra
So
from Golden Lane,
number
Government
22.
Primary School, Golden Lane.
Coming from Golden Lane Government Primary
And
School.
of course, Brian Thomas is the leader of
Doing
the
a
band.
tune composed by Leston Paul and
They are
performed
doing
by
Leston Paul's
Paul and the New York Connection.
and the New York Connection
arrangement
called
is
Get
by
Up
Michael
and
Toomey.
Dance from
Ladies and
1990.
gentlemen, on stage,
The
band
tuner
number
is
22,
Terrence Shepard. The
Tobago
band again is led by
Panthers.
Brian Thomas. And the arranger is Michael Toby. Tobago Panthers Steel Orchestra playing in position number 22 of 30 bands. And of course, they're one of 7 bands out of the sister isle of Tobago to make it thus far in the competition. And I'm sure they'll be hoping to be among the Tobago bands that will make it to the finals on Saturday. Only time will tell. They've taken their bow and they're exchanging pleasantries. Now it's time to get started. Michael Toby's Get Up and Dance, his arrangement of Get Up and Dance. Here's Tobago Panthers Steel Orchestra.
Michael Toby, Get Up and Dance, band number 22.
And there you have it from
Trinbago
band number 22. Trinbago Panthers Steel Orchestra here, playing, of course, Michael Toby's arrangement of Get Up and Dance. Another backtrack from 1990, Leston Paul and the New York Connection did the original on that one. So band number 22 there, Trinbago Panthers. Again, one of 7 bands out of the Sister Isle of Trinbago. And they would be the penultimate Trinbago band. There's just one more to go. Actually, there are 2 to go, I should say. They would have been the 5th one, but you still have Canon Bonaccord, Concordance, and Perfect Cadence from... Actually, the Perfect Cadence is actually from the east, so this would be the penultimate band from the Sister Isle of Trinbago with the C&B Concordance, the last of the 7 Trinbago bands performing in the semi-finals. We're going live here on 360 TV with the semi-final action of Trinbago's Small Conventional Steel Orchestra's Panorama 2823 from Victoria Square here in Port of Spain. We started just after 4 o'clock. And we're up to band number 23 coming on stage now. And of course, this is the Panasonic Connection Steel Orchestra. But again, it was another solid performance from the Trinbago Panthers Steel Orchestra. So they must be very happy with their performance. And like I say, they're not just competing here, they also carrying the flag for Trinbago. And I think the players know that, they understand that, and they put forward some solid performances, all of the Trinbago bands so far. And we certainly wish them every success going forward. Just again remind you that we heard from Fascinator's Pan Symphony playing a position 1. They were followed by Genesis Pan Groove, then Simple Song Steel Orchestra. Arima Golden Symphony played 4th, West Side Symphony with 5th, Musical Gem Steel Orchestra 6th, Sound of Music Steel Orchestra 7th, Uptown Fascinator, the defending champions, played 8th. Our Boys, Panther, Our Boys, Alpha Pioneers also played. We take a big pause on that, and let me congratulate you on the performance of the band. I know it's like a double whammy for you all, because you have the Trinbago angle, because there's 7 of you all coming into the semi-finals, and then you have the other 23 bands to compete with. But from where you sit, how you felt the band perform tonight?
I think we got a nice performance. We didn't step up the tempo too much. We want to hold back, hoping we'll be in the finals. You know, so besides that, I think the band had a wonderful spirited, highly spirited performance.
I think, and that to me is so important because it's a panorama competition. Even though you want to hold back certain things, you still have to kind of impress the judges to get to these.
Yes.
And I thought the band came with that energy tonight.
All right, well, I really hope that was well received by the judges as well. You know, because with arrangements, you have to balance your stuff in terms of pleasing the crowd and pleasing the judges.
True.
So, you know, you have to balance the music.
And the song, Get Up and Dance, who chose it?
2020 was the first time I came back arranging small band. The first time would have been with Uptown Fascinators.
That category.
Right after the finals, I was like, you know what? I like this song, Get Up and Dance. I always want to.
So you had it sitting and waiting there, you know. But that's good because at least you kind of, you didn't have to worry too much about looking for a song. You had a song.
Large band,
you know, that's a different animal there entirely. And what about the players? Because I know that you all have a unique kind of, I suppose it's an understanding because it's a limited pool of players and you kind of like have to juggle bodies.
Well, it's like a balance of partners players and redemption players. I have a core follows me from redemption and it was about just striking that balance. And well, obviously, the redemption players, they will be accustomed to me and my style. As well as Panthers players, because they come from redemption as well, so we have that nice
good synergy going on there with them. Now, some news broke today. I'm not sure how many people actually knew about it. I was speaking to the president about it, and she agreed. She said she knew about it since before Christmas, but because the minister was going out of the country, not much was made of it. But the government, the cabinet, has agreed to pay the players $500.
Okay.
And they pay the bands. The single band bands, I think we're going to get $7,000, and the conventional steel orchestras, small, medium, and large, $15,000.
Okay.
To assist them with, you know, with their thing. And in all, I think the players are going to get just over, I think, 3.1 million, and the bands will probably get another $1.8 million, somewhere in that region. So in all, it's close to about $5 million that the government has decided to plow into Panorama this year. And my understanding is that $500, because NCC had already gotten a budget, this money is obviously coming separately. But come next year, when they budget for it, they probably, she's hoping the budget for the $1,000 that the players used to get it back to $1,000. But 500 is a start.
Yeah, and I think that's something in a positive direction because you can't really compensate a fan player.
Right, true. For the hours and
the dedication, you know. So any sort of payment, I think it's well received, and I must say, I think the president is doing a wonderful job because dealing with fan men or fan players is not easy. It's not an easy task.
I know.
And she has demonstrated strength and tolerance. I think she's the perfect person for the job.
We'll certainly look forward to that. Of course, I'm looking forward to coming to Trinbago for the medium band finals. I did it the last time and I thoroughly enjoyed it. So I'm looking to come back again this year. But we have more business before that, which is Saturday. And you know, in the finals of the band. What would it mean to you to get Panthers into the final?
I mean, it will mean everything, right? I mean, it's a nice group of players. We entered semis, third place. They're not accustomed to that.
Right.
And I think it was very encouraging. However, for semis, it's starting at zero.
Right.
And I had to instill that in them. You know, that's not the peak. We have to go and we have to grind, we have to work. And slowly, the culture is changing. They started to develop winning ways, which is positive. You know, so slowly but surely, I think Panthers will be a band to look forward to. Also, in the finals, right? We're going to be coming strong.
Well, and that's the thing, because I know as an arranger, you kind of look at, when you lay out your song, you probably look at areas where you know you could dabble and do different things. So once again, Toby, congratulations and all the best going forward. Hopefully we see you in the finals on Saturday.
Thanks very much, man.
Thanks so much for stopping by. That, of course, was Michael Toby, there, the arranger for Tobago Panthers. Now we're heading to San Fernando, Macroon Street. Panasonic Connection Steel Orchestra, playing in position number 23. The leader of the band, Markland Byron. Calling me, Mark Loco and Kent Professor Fillmore, Destra Garcia, the vocalist, and Meryl Chalu and Markland Byron, the arrangers for this band. Band number 23, the Panasonic Connection Steel Orchestra out of San Fernando, playing Calling Me from 2011. That is the Panasonic Connection Steel Orchestra. Of course, from San Fernando, from Macon Street in San Fernando, band number 23 here. Of course, Colin May from 2011, Destra Garcia. Of course, arranged for the band by Meryl Charlo and Macklin Byron. And so I'm sure they'll be happy with that. The crowd certainly was thrilled with the performance that they gave them, and I'm sure the players must be very happy as they make their way off stage. And the Panasonic Connection Steel Orchestra performing in position number 23 of 30 bands. And no doubt we still have some ways to go, but 7 bands still to go. And up next would be Roadblock Steel Orchestra from Norfolk Street in Belmont. So from south we're heading north.
Starting at 9 a.m. It's a nice outing to take the family to. Adults,
as these players, young and old, are really giving it their all here this evening.
Band number 24.
The bands, we see Panasonic making their way off stage.
We await band number 24, Roadblock Steel Orchestra.
So the bands are trying their best to speed it up so that they could keep the rhythm going. And I think the bands, to a large extent, they're making an effort to try to get on stage quickly and get off stage just as quickly, or even quicker. We're getting down to that crunch time where people really need to try to get a move on. So they don't want to be the band that slows up everything. So everybody is kind of like in a hurry up mode, trying to push everything forward as quickly as possible. We've had 23 bands still to come. Roadblock in 24, Old Tech Steel Orchestra in 25, in position 25, Nautilus Steel Orchestra from Curep in position 26, Canon Bonaccord Concordance in position 27, Perfect Cadence Steel Orchestra in position 28, West Stars Steel Orchestra in position 29, and bringing up the rear, the Trinity Defense Force Steel Orchestra, they were playing position number 30. I think a lot of people are anxious to hear and to see what Duvon will do, what he'll do differently. To see how it goes. Of course, as we await band number 24 setting up here, we could look back at the Panasonic Connection Steel Orchestra, and Macklin Byron is here with us. And how you feel?
Well, honestly, for our first experience, it was really good, because this was my first time arranging for any panorama band, and it honestly, the feeling was very blissful. I felt I really enjoyed myself in front, because I'm usually playing all the time, right. So being in front was actually really fun.
So was it your choice to arrange, or did they?
I am the owner of the band. So I decided, why pay someone to arrange when I can arrange myself? So no one pushed me. I decided this for myself. I decided to arrange. I have my degree in music from UTT, University of Trinidad and Tobago. I graduated this year, and I decided, I said, well, I might as well use my education.
And what has that experience been like? Like, I see a lot of young arrangers coming out of UTT and not from UE, but mostly from UTT. A lot of you all are graduating, and some are not even graduated yet, but they're already dabbling in the arranging arena.
Well, the experience coming out of UTT, first of all, the lecturers in UTT are excellent. They always push you to be your best, and they always make sure you are your best when you leave UTT. So when you exit UTT, you are to produce what they want you to produce. What you want to produce, you are the level to produce it.
Well, that's good, because it means, and I know people like, well, of course, the indefatigable Mia Gormandy is Dr. Gormandy is there. I know she's been really pushing hard for people to understand the theory and the practice of the street band, not just to play, but to understand it and read the music, write the music, understand
theory of it.
Even the creation of the bands, the tuning of the bands, that kind of stuff. Is that kind of like that kind of holistic approach that is going on there? How have you benefited from that?
Well, honestly, I have benefited a lot. Working with Dr. Gormandy and Sion Gomez, Leon Smooth Edwards, all those big names in pan, in steel pan, and working with them, it gives you the experience to, when you get to the stage of pan and arranging, you feel at home. You feel like you're not feeling out of place.
Right.
You feel natural. Everything comes natural. That you know what to do. You are prepared.
Right. And I'm sure they don't try to limit what you do.
No.
But they at least give you an understanding of what is possible and leave it up to you.
Leave it up to you to do whatever you want to do. Your creativity.
Yeah. And how have the members of the band kind of gravitated to your style?
They actually enjoy. Well, a lot of the band members are new to pan.
Okay.
They are very new to pan. Some are actually now learning how to play. Some are one panorama maybe, but majority of the band are new people, new pan people, new to pan. They just started, and I'm very proud of the progress that they've made throughout the season. Really well, and I'm very proud to see all the youths, because the band is youth. It's made up of
a lot of young people.
Yeah.
And the way I look at it, because I'm looking at a number of them, and it's almost as if it's like an academy that they kind of coming through an academy, and the natural thing is to play for the band.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yes. It's usually a friend of a friend of a friend, and it's like, come play pan, you might enjoy it, and they come and they interact with us, with all the management really well, and they end up liking pan. It's like, wow, this fun, I'm gonna do this. I'll do this as my extracurricular, and stuff, and they end up falling in love with it. And
here we are. Well, let me again congratulate you on a fine performance. Wishing you all the best. Hoping to see you in the Savannah on Saturday.
Thank you very much.
All right, Macklin. Yeah, taking it there again. Macklin Byron, one of the arrangers for the band Panasonic Connection Steel Orchestra. Now let's get ready for band number 24, the Roadblock Steel Orchestra from Norfolk Street in Belmont. Dejan Kane is the leader of the band. Juma Simmons and Russ Thomas, the tuners. Their promoter from 2019 by voice, Aaron St. Louis. And of course, Aaron St. Louis and Kes Defantala. Dejan Kane is the arranger of the band, of the music for the band. And Dejan is 18 years old this year. So is a youngster, a product straight out of Desperados. So, in fact, I think he still plays. Both him and his sister are two really talented players. So, looking forward to hear what Dejan does with this song. Band number 24, Roadblock Steel Orchestra, their promoter by Dejan Kane.
promoter.
And of course, that was band number 24, Roadblock Steel Orchestra.
Number 24.
Their promoter is the tune, of course. Dejan Kane is the arranger of the band. Of course, Deja Kane is the leader of the band. That's a brother and sister team. And the father was in front of the band. He was the drill master. And so he is
on the eastern side of this
the father is like the drill master. He was in front of the band there conducting and really keeping the energy going with this band. And he must be a very proud dad indeed with his son and daughter playing such a big role in this band at this point in time. But what a fine performance indeed from the Roadblock Steel Orchestra out of Norfolk Street in Belmont in Port of Spain. Music of Dejan Kane. And doing it also good, their promoter. And I'm sure Voice and Cass would have been very happy with that performance. So it's the brother and sister team. It's really been it's every time you think, well, it cannot exceed the expectations, another band comes and produces something a little bit different, and you just kind of taken aback by the electricity that these young players are bringing to the fore with almost each and every band. We've had a couple of bands that took the more subtle, more musical route, but in the main, we've had some outstanding performances by some bands that really went for it, and this was one of them that we just heard from there. The Roadblock Steel Orchestra really putting down a very strong performance indeed, and no doubt I'm sure they'll be very happy. Hopefully we'll be able to chat with both Dejan and Deja in a short while as they celebrate this stunning performance here this evening here tonight at Victoria Square. Remember, we're live on 360 TV covering Panorama, the small conventional steel orchestra semi-final for Panorama 2023. And what a night of fun we've had so far, and I think a lot of people are waiting to hear what Devon Stewart is going to do with the TNT Defense Force band, because we anticipate that he will want to pull out all the stops here as he tries to book a place in the finals yet again. So it's just one of those scenarios there where as an arranger, you don't want to put out everything, but you have to put out enough to impress the judges and get the nod to be in the final. And once you're in the final, well then, as I say, any number could play. But the thing is, first you have to get into the final, and that is where the whole thing is going to straighten up. We'll do Dejan first and we do Deja after. And of course we're talking Roadblock here. First of all, Deja and Deja, congratulations on a fine performance. But tell me before all of this stuff, where the name Roadblock came from? Who blocked the road that caused you all to make the thing roadblock?
Well, it was actually my dad who came up with the name Roadblock. His meaning behind it is to block out all negative stigma surrounding Laventille, and you know, just to block it out.
Yeah. Well, how do you guys deal with a father with so much energy?
It's really, sometimes it's hard to explain.
But I would imagine both him and your moms must be very proud of the both of you all. Not just the path that you've taken, but the way in which you carry yourselves, and the fact that it's almost like you're taken after them in that sense, because they've both punished in their own right, and to see you all now kind of carry on that legacy must be a special feeling.
Yeah, sure.
Do you compete with your old man at all? Yeah, do you compete with your old man at all? Like, does he challenge you?
Well, sometimes, all the time. Sometimes you'll have, you'll call it a pan shootout.
Right.
Oh my, just, nice vibes.
And Deja, what about you? I mean, how you felt about tonight's performance?
Well, tonight, I was actually really nervous, to be honest, but I think we went out there and we did a good job. And yeah, just congrats to the band and to everybody who helped us make it this far.
Are you nervous? Where? You didn't look nervous out there.
You don't see it there,
but I mean, you, a lot of young people in the band as well, and I suppose some of your friends, a lot of your friends, people who you always with it, right, and stuff. That makes it easier, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because sometimes like it will be hard to, where the players coming from, and to have friends who actually in the band with it,
right.
make it way easier to.
I don't know if you guys heard, but Cabinet agreed to release funds to pay players $500, and they also agreed to pay the bands, the conventional steel orchestras, $15,000. The single pan bands will get $7,500, but they've agreed to pay that this year. It may go up $30,000, go back $30,000 next year for the players. So I think in the main, it's a start. It's an able to point in the right direction, because I think, like we said, I don't think you can ever compensate a player for the kind of effort that you all put out, night in, night out, the long hours, and in your case, writing and arranging music and doing that. But I suppose it's a labor of love for you all.
Yes, it
is. But who chose the song? You chose the song?
No, actually, this song is a funny story. It was actually, we were looking for songs, and John actually started this song.
Right.
And he was looking for a new song, and then we were just like, you know what?
Now is the time, yeah.
And he just added to it. And
right. What was the experience like during the pandemic? I saw you all played in the virtual competition. What was that experience like? Were you all finished third? Is that how you all finished in the ensemble? Where the four of you all played?
The Ramadan?
Well, it was something different.
Yeah.
Because we performing in front of
right.
just over the screen. But an experience, you could take away something that we back out now.
Right.
You could take away something.
And it shows you what is possible too, because now you could probably do something similar. Even now that things have opened back, you can still produce something like that if you want to, and just put it out there so that people can see you all perform. I said, but what's next for you all? Final night. That's the main thing. And then of course is one step at a time. Well, congratulations again, and continue the good work, and we look forward to seeing you all in the final on Saturday. All right, guys, take care. Congrats again. And that, of course, is the brother and sister team of Dejan and Deja Kane, and doing a fine job indeed here for the Roadblock Steel Orchestra. Now in position number 25, we go forward to the Old Tech Steel Orchestra, another band from South Trinidad, from the southern region, South Central region, from Pleasantville Community Center in Pleasantville. Jab Jab from 1992. Of course, Super Blue, Eastern Lions is the song, and the composer and the performer. And of course, Marvin Connor and Federico Gay are the tuners. Sean Ramsey is the leader of the band. He's also the arranger for the band. Band number 25. Old Tech Steel Orchestra out of Pleasantville will perform next, and after them we'll have 5 bands to go to complete a stunning night of pan, and it's all being brought to you here on 360 TV. We hope you're enjoying it wherever you are, and that you will stay with us because we have so much more coming your way in the future. As the band, they get ready to take their bow and getting ready to, so let's take you stateside now for Old Tech Steel Orchestra, Chap Chap from 1992, arranged by Sean Ramsey. the Old Tech Steel Orchestra, band number 25 from Pleasantville Community Center in Pleasantville, South Trinidad. And of course, Sean Ramsey's arrangement of Jab Jab by Austin Lyons, Super Blue. And that brings us to band number 26. Of course, remember 16 of them are going forward into the finals on Saturday at the Queen's Park Savannah. So it should be another fun night of pan there. But of course, bands are still battling to get into the 16. And so it should be an interesting battle going forward. The judges have their hands full, as we say, trying to separate one from the other in the end, of course, here. So the Old Tech Steel Orchestra, Sean Ramsey, the arrangement of Jab Jab, and they, of course, would be one of those bands that they've not been able to really, or just barely keep their head above water. And I'm sure Sean Ramsey would be a happy man today after hearing this performance from his band and given where they've come from, in order for them to come up with this such a performance is probably very rewarding for him. And no doubt, I'm sure it's something that if we get a chance to speak with him, I'm sure he'll be over the moon based on this performance here tonight. Again, there's a lot of youths, a lot of young people. So it's always good for them to come forward and show what they're capable of. And you can see them, they all seem so enthusiastic. It's after 11 in the night, but it looks like it's 11 in the day for them. And they're just so full of energy right now. And I think they must be feeling very, very proud indeed, and based on the performance that they gave here tonight. So no doubt we certainly want to congratulate the players, all connected with these bands, because a lot would have gone into making this possible, and to see the level that some of these bands have been able to achieve is nothing short of amazing. And not everybody can win, not everybody will make the final, but that's not the most important thing. I think is performing tonight and performing to the best of your ability is kind of like where I think most of these bands are right now. And they're trying to make sure that there's continuity in what they do. And that only speaks to the professionalism of some of these bands. And and I think once others see what is working for the bands, we live in a copycat world. So if something is working, bet your bottom dollar, others will follow. You see it in so many other walks of life, in all walks of life I should say. If something is working, others will tend to follow it, try to duplicate it or replicate it where possible. Not everybody can duplicate it, but others can certainly try. So we're on the home stretch, folks. 5 to go. And we're getting ready for another East band from Curep, Bloodlust Steel Orchestra from Knoll Street Recreation Ground in Curep. As a young man, I played a lot of football and cricket on that Knoll Street ground. I know that ground very well. And of course, one of the areas that I think some of these bands really have to become a little bit more efficient in how they set up and the length of time they take to set up. And it's really a situation of who is going to take responsibility for what, and to ensure that it's done quickly. So we're getting ready now for the Nautilus Steel Orchestra. Remember, we've had such a big night of fun. And it's all brought to you here on 360 TV from the first band all the way through. And depending on how things work out, we might be able to give you the results tonight one time. Because I'm sure these bands are anxious to know which 16 will be going through to Saturday's final. We too will be eager to find that out as well. That's the other side of the equation, so to speak, because the judges will have their say based on the performances that they saw before them, one band at a time. And I think the way the system works, based on the number of judges that they had, they had the 6 judges: Dr. Roger Henry, Joanna Short, Kendrick Noel, Lorna Cognac, Michelle Dorridge, and Joanna Rapier. And I think the way it goes is that if everybody was to score the band, after they do that, then they'll pull lots to see which 3 judges, whose scores will be tallied. And of course, of the 5, 1 is an alternate, so that one will be ruled out. Then of the 5, the highest and then the lowest will be eliminated as well, and then they'll be left up to the 3. So their marks are the only marks that will count. So it's very difficult because you just don't know who will be chosen after every band. So it's not a foolproof way, but it's certainly a very transparent way to come to a result and to determine who gets which points. And once again, we again want to remind you that tickets are available. There are e-tickets online for all the Panorama shows, starting of course with the final on Saturday. We have the schools panorama heating up. We have, and when I
Band
say
number
schools,
26,
we also have the
Nautilus Steel Orchestra.
non-school
The leader of the band is Natasha Peters.
So
the arranger
there
is
are a lot of young
Arthur
people
Peters.
playing pan, and a lot of them are looking forward to that to represent their schools
band
or
is
their
out of Quebec.
institutions.
And their
whatever way
tune of choice,
they can, and hopefully to
sung
win.
by voice,
So now we're
called
getting
Cheers
to Nautilus
to
Steel
Life.
Orchestra.
Ladies and gentlemen,
in position
band
number 26.
number 26
Natasha
on
Peters is the
stage.
leader. Anthony Duncan is the tuner. Cheers to Life from 2016. Aaron Duncan, Casey Phillips, Kevin Hart, and Kyle Phillips. The composers and voice did the lyrics with Arthur Bolo Peters as the arranger. Let's welcome band number 26, 26 of 30 here. And let's take you stateside for Nautilus Steel Orchestra. Cheers to Life.
Nautilus Steel Orchestra playing Cheers to Life.
7
The band
minutes
out of
58
Stella Street
seconds
in the Curragh.
for the Nautilus
We've
Steel
got still to
Orchestra
come
from Knoll Street in
four
the
bands
Mosley Recreation Ground
to
in
make up
Curragh.
the 30 bands.
Just
in
a
this,
Life
the
here by Arthur Bolo
semi-finals. Remember,
Peters,
16
the
will be
arranger,
going forward
and of
to
course
the Queen's
with
Park
Bravo
Savannah next week Saturday for the
drilling the band
finals
and getting
of
them
the
going.
small conventional
No doubt
steel band.
a strong performance
Something
again
to
from the
make a
Nautilus
note of,
Steel Orchestra
but we
band,
would like
hoping
you
to
be
make their way
there.
into Saturday's final. And they certainly gave it a good shot, as they say. And we certainly look forward to see if they get the judges' nod with their strong performance here at the Victoria Park. Remember, this is 360 TV. We're live here at Victoria Square for the semi-final action in the small conventional steel orchestra for Panorama 2023. And of course, it's all being put on by Trinbago. Of course, it's getting down to that stage where we have 4 more bands to go. And we head into Trinbago next. For the C&B Concordance, the Canaan Bonaccord Concordance Steel Orchestra. And again, we've seen a lot of young people involved in these bands, including the Nautilus. I think based on what we're seeing here, it really gives you a kind of a fresh perspective on the whole thought about pan and Trinidad culture being in good hands. Because we've seen a lot of youngsters taking responsibility for their pans or for their rack and making sure they take it off the stage as quickly as possible. Which is understandable. I don't know if there's a penalty system involved, but I think a lot of these bands are making every effort to get their fans off as quickly as possible so that the band that follows them can set up as quickly as possible. Again, the bands, it's just a whole question of who can set up as quickly as possible. Is it? Natasha? Natalie. Okay, let me just quickly, I want to get your reactions to the band's performance today.
It was much better than the preliminaries because we got a few comments from the judges and we decided to work on it and enhance it.
And you're happy with the outcome?
Yes, I enjoyed it.
But I get the impression you want more.
Yes, I want more in the final. I would love to make it to the final, so Bolo, as a Peters the arranger, to show his talent, showcase his talent, and it will mean a lot to us because it's a family knit band and youth oriented.
Well, again, in that catchment area there in Curragh, how is that working out for you all in terms of getting players to come in?
Okay, well, like I said, our band is based on a lot of family. It's family oriented because everybody, basically where we came from on Stella Street, is family. So
from that area,
every generation by generation, everybody can play pan, everybody can do something. So we support each other.
I used to play football in that area, no street there. I used to play cricket as well, and they always had a team from the housing scheme.
That was East Grove. That would be, well, rest her soul, Tracy Edwards.
Right.
She was a manager. She also played with Phase 2.
Right.
We were both best friends. And we used to manage a team called Pure Progressive. Right? So we have all that going for us too as well. Football, netball, cricket, you name it. Pan, but pan is one of the main things that we try to work with the youth.
Right.
Yeah, for them to do something positive going forward.
Do you think they get the idea that this might be something that they can pursue as a career? I mean, do you sell it to them like that?
Yes, we have a lot of talented youth doing music as well. They like it. So I believe that they will be able to pursue it and they will appreciate what, well, I will call my brother Bolo. Everybody knows him as Bolo.
Right.
He is really talented. I am proud of him. Very proud.
He should be, because based on the performance that you guys put down here, it meant he did a lot of work, and he did a lot of good work to get the band to this level. It's up to the judges now. There's not much more you all can do. So it's up to the judges, and I'm really hoping that that you get to the finals, so that, as you say, so that people can see and appreciate a little bit more of what North Los has to offer. And I think it would be good for the QREP area, because remember, you all are represented South QREP to a large extent, as opposed to, you know, you have Shazando and you have, you know, other bands for the northern.
We have
Pozata further north.
We have Polyphonics,
Right.
Genesis as well.
Right.
So we have all of those.
QREP in that way. Yeah.
We hope for people to understand that good things and positive things will come out of QREP.
Well, I think that is a theme that we're seeing from a lot of bands, because a lot of these community bands are really being spawned out of communities that are so marginalized and stigmatized for all the wrong reasons. And then, but we're seeing, in spite of all of that, so much talent and so much good work being done by the young people themselves.
Yes, that is one of our plights, because, for instance, QREP Junction is very it's small avenue. It's like a small avenue, trust me. Any hour you go there, you're seeing good, bad, or ugly. You have to be careful, because you don't know who. QREP has a lot of different
people coming from outside,
yes.
coming in, right?
And you know, we always try to push positive vibes. We always try to do things for the community and the youth, especially my brother. I don't know what to say again about this boy, but he always say, you know, one day I will make it. Because our band is a young band as well. This is the 5th year minus the 2 years COVID. And ever since we made it, we came out. This is our 5th year and 5th year into the semi-final. So our goal is to reach final.
And what would that mean to you?
It will mean so much that we crossed a hurdle that we wanted to cross all the time.
That's good. Well, again, congratulations on a fine performance tonight, and hopefully we see you in the finals on Saturday.
Yes.
Okay, thanks so much. Congratulations there. So again, it's really a question now up to the judges to determine how they will do it. So as the North Los Steel Orchestra, they're getting their performance out of the way, and now they join the others with the patience game, waiting to hear what the judges have to offer by way of
Ladies and
marks
gentlemen,
for them.
band number 27 on
Now we're getting ready
stage to
now for band number
perform for you.
27 out of the
Dexter
sister
Black
isle of
Stewart's,
Tobago.
mashup taking us back to
Jason Shaft
2022.
Bishop composed it.
Arranged
Dexter
by
Black
Corey
Stewart sung it.
Graham on stage.
And mashup for
CNB
2022.
Crown Concordance.
Of course, Aaron Trim
From
is
Bonaccord
the leader of the
Government
band.
Primary School
Augustus
grounds in
Peters
Bonaccord,
tuned the band
Tobago.
for the band.
Ladies and gentlemen, please
Canaan
put your
Bonaccord
hands and show your
Concordance
support
from
for band
Bonaccord Government
number
Primary School grounds
27.
in Bonaccord, Tobago. Band number 27, Corey Graham is the arranger of the band, and here's his interpretation of Mashup. Band number 27. Band number 27 there from the sister Isle of Tobago. Canaan Bonaccord, Concordance Steel Orchestra.
Ladies and gentlemen,
The seventh and final band from the sister Isle of Tobago.
Next week, as we make our way to the Queen's
And
Park,
of course, led by Aaron Trim, and with pants tuned by Augustus Peters, Mashup, of course, by Dexter Black Stewart, the late Dexter Black Stewart, and arranged for the band by Corice Graham. And again, putting on a strong performance here at Victoria Square. Remember, we're live on 360 TV with the semi-finals of the Panorama Small Conventional Steel Orchestra for 2023. And I would imagine Corice would be very happy with the performance of the band tonight. Of course, they were being led there by Akulid in front of the band, Aqualid. Another band making its way off stage, making way for band number 28, Perfect Cadence Steel Orchestra out of Bonnet Gardens in Aruka. And of course, they use the Bonnet High School as their practicing facility. Just the bands from the Concordance Steel Orchestra making their way, exiting the stage area after putting on a very solid performance indeed. And of course, Corice taking up the mantle of arranging for the band in the sister Isle of Tobago. Another one of those young UTT products. Corice also led Providence Girls and QRC Boys to combine to the Panorama, the secondary schools title a couple of years ago. He's had good results with them over the years. Aqualate is going to join us in Aqualate is going to join us in a little while. Popular song coming up here in a short while. You can probably hear it in the background. Roti and Talcari by Sugar Hollows. Michael Osuna. Standing by. I think Aqua Lake is going to join us. He was in front of the band, just really. Actually, it's Carice is the man who is here with us. Yeah. And Carice, congratulations on a solid performance. I mean, I know you've been in the arranging business, but this is a big step up for you. How you felt about this performance, man?
Excellent. It was everything I had hoped for. Was definitely the best performance we could have given.
What about the experience, the whole experience? I always wonder how people travel back and forth, how you get the music to them, and because I know you have other commitments that you're also dealing with. So how do you manage all of that?
I manage it in terms of definitely more weekends, but even during the weekends it's more overnight.
Right.
You know, I come back on the first trip back and to work. But I mean, it's taxing, but definitely the product is worth it.
And what about the response from the band to your methods and the things that you wanted to portray?
The band has definitely been always responsive. They come out, we do what we need to do. You know, the band continues to grow from strength to strength every year. And we hope that this year we're able to push further, get for a higher position.
You realize you have 7 bands from Tobago, and I think that is like a competition by itself you all have there, because everybody wants to get into the final ahead of whoever. What would it mean to you to get the band into a final like this?
It would mean everything, to be honest. As you mentioned, Tobago is the only zone that had every eligible band make it to the semi-finals. In my view, it is still the hardest, the most difficult zone. To make it out even to the semis is a pleasure. You know, we are happy to make it toward the semis even after that.
Right.
But Tobago is definitely a powerhouse with regard to small.
And the medium too, because it's almost every year they have like 4 bands in the medium category. And it's the same players, because these players play with these different bands. And that's something I would imagine that's a dynamic that you probably got to experience firsthand, because some players play with one band, but they also have affiliation to another band not too far away. And I saw the bands in the Savannah last night, and how do you work with that? Because I know some of the players have to play with one band or viewers with one band, and then they will probably come back by you a little bit later on. And I know that one band started at 11 o'clock last night.
So what we do basically, let's move from the last night. Let's do it throughout the season. As I say, it's mostly weekends and maybe once a week. So we generally let the players know when we come up to distribute music and whatever. So they will give us that, and then they go to whatever other bands they have on the other day. Yes, it provides a challenge, but we work around it. We find a way to work around it.
That's good. Well, once again, Carice, all the best, and we look forward to seeing you in the final on Saturday.
Thank you very much, man. I just want to thank everybody, all the fans and all the players from Tobago for coming out and support Akoa Lead for drilling the band and helping us get to the next level.
Certainly it is. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Yep, and all the best. I'm wishing now, keep my fingers crossed for you guys to get in there. Yes, indeed. Now we get ready for perfect cadence here. Mark Huston is the lead of the band. The tuner is Rodney Stowe. Roti and Talcary by Michael Osuna, the Sugar Hollows. Mark Huston is the arranger of the band. Perfect cadence from Bonaire High School in Aruca. Let's take you stateside now for band number 28.
Coming from their barnyard.
Of course, that was band number 28.
That's band number 28, Perfect Cadence.
Perfect Cadence Steel Orchestra. Mark Huston is the arranger and leader of the band. Roti and Talkari by Michael Osuna, the Sugar Hollows. And no doubt, they're doing it all so good here at the semi-finals of the Small Conventional Steel Orchestra semi-final night of PAN here at Victoria Square, and it's all coming to you live on 360 TV. And we're hoping that you've been enjoying it and staying with us right through till the end. We have 2 to go, so to speak, as we get ready for West Stars Steel Orchestra band out of Diego Martin. So 2 northern bands to close off our proceedings here tonight. We have the TNT Defense Force, who had 265 points. They're tied for joint third, coming out of the preliminaries. And of course, West Stars, 228 points is what they tally coming out of the prelims. So heading into semis, they would have been hoping to, or they are hoping, I would imagine, to improve on that significantly based on the work that they would have done. Of course, the Gal Owner by Dexter Black Stewart. So again, these bands, you always have to be mindful of the fact that these bands are putting out some amazing performances. And so you never can take it for granted. They've been working hard and no doubt very happy to be able to produce some strong performances on the night when it matters the most. So it's now a question of what the judges will credit them with after their performance. But just the joy on the faces of the players just suggests that, that win or lose, there's a lot of satisfaction from the performances that a lot of these bands put down. Because we have one band making its way off stage, another one is getting on the West Star Steel Orchestra, trying to get themselves sorted out. And of course, we were just talking about the amazing performance from Perfect Cadence. I know what the word Perfect Cadence, what Perfect Cadence represents, but how they came up with that name?
A name to represent a complete and flawless performance. A perfect cadence. A 5-chord or 1 chord. Right? A nice ending, a complete performance.
Yeah, so I think you're satisfied, you're happy with it?
Yeah, we put in the work. We put in the hours, we put in the work. With the quality of players that we have a very young group, sprinkled with mature people around. We had experienced people at the helm, and I think we played 50-60% better than we executed in the prelims. Yes, I'm quite satisfied with how the players executed tonight, and I think we did our part, and we hope the judges
Up
do
to
their
the
part.
judges now, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, but I think that you put in the work, and I think that's probably the most gratifying part of the whole thing is that sure you want the results, but the process is also important as well.
Yeah, the process. I mean, a lot of people see the performance as the end result, but the journey to get here, you know, it's eventful, it's frustrating, it's all, you know, it's emotional. All types of things happen. Yeah. You know, given the steel band situation now, a lot of players pass through. A lot of them don't stay. You know, Perfect Cadence doesn't have budget to hire players. Most of these players came from our academy. We have been running camps since 2013. Most of the front line were in primary school, and they have developed into, you know, accomplished players now. You know, and we are benefiting from that. So we have been, you know, this is a plan that is being executed. That academy, the last 2 years before COVID, you know, we partnered with Venture Credit Union. I must say hats off to them for assisting. And also to the admin of the Bonner Secondary School for allowing us to use their compound and so on. Yeah. And my great friend who donated most of the funds to Perfect Cadence, Godfrey Joseph, no longer with us, no longer here, but you know, need to keep him alive. Without that donation of funds, you know, we would not have been able to, you know, to participate. Yeah.
No, I'm not sure if you heard that the government has decided to pay the players $500, and the bands, the conventional steel orchestras will get $15,000 to assist them, you know. The single bands, I think, get $7,500.
Yeah.
But I think one budget is like 2.1 million based on the 6,000 players or something like that. And then there's another $1.8 million that will be split up among the bands or among the players and vice versa. Yeah. But in all, it's close to $5 million that they've decided to, in addition to whatever you know is going on by way of NCC. They've decided that this is something that they wanted to do to assist the band.
You know, gratitude is a must, Ruskin, and you have to applaud the government for that move. If I have to just nitpick a bit, you know, they could have gone back to the $1,000 per player. You know, it's 2 years since, and but great move anyhow.
And I think that may come because I had mentioned it, I'd shown it to the president, and she was explaining that those discussions are taking place and it may actually be budgeted because this figure wasn't budgeted. This is just a decision that was taken, and they decide to go with the 500. But now if they can budget it come next year, then they budget for $1,000, and hopefully they'll get that approval from the cabinet and they'll be able to.
Good move by the government because you know if they invest more in steel bands, I have 60 of the 54 players here, 34 under 16. You know, when we were running our camps before COVID, we had 100 students July, August camp. And the steel band, as we know, is a great vehicle to capture the youth and move them in a positive direction. So I hope that, you know, government continue to support, you know, steel bands with constructive programs and so on and build it. And
well, we certainly look forward to that, and I'm really hoping that you guys make it through to the final, because I think for the players, I think that would be like icing on the cake for them.
Yeah. I mean, they will be extremely excited to be part of the finals. This is only our third year in small band panorama. We made it to the semi-finals in 2020. We didn't go forward, so we hope to go one step further. You know, I talk to my players, and the motivation is there. Let's try to win, not just make the finals, right? Let's try to win, and I keep pushing them. So I don't know how close we are, how far we are, but we hoping for good results.
Well, again, congratulations on a job well done, and we look forward to seeing you in the finals come Saturday.
Thank you.
God willing, yep. And that, of course, is the man himself, Mark Hoston, who is the leader and arranger of the band Perfect Cadence. here on Talk City, here on 360 TV. And now we're getting ready for band number 29, the West Stars Steel Orchestra from Waterwheel Cottages, North Coast Road, River Estate in Diego Martin. And again, it's another one of those from Blacks, Dexter Black Stewart,
Ladies and
with
gentlemen, we're at band number
Gal
29
Ona. As
from
we get ready for band
Waterwheel
number 29,
Cottages, North Post Road, River Estate,
Tyreek
Diego
Roberts
Martin.
is the leader of the West Stars Steel Orchestra.
led by Tyreek Roberts.
Kevin
Tune of
Duncan
choice, Gal
is
Ona,
the arranger
Dexter Black Stewart, and
for the band.
by
The
Kevin
band emanating
Duncan.
from Waterwheel
Band
Cottages,
number
North Coast
29,
Road in River
West
Estate in
Stars
Diego
Steel
Martin.
Orchestra.
Let's get
hear it
ready
for
to
them.
welcome West Stars Steel Orchestra playing a very popular song, Galona from 2019 with Dexter Black Stewart, again featuring in this encounter. The penultimate band here in the small band semi-finals, small conventional steel orchestra. So let's welcome band number 29, West Stars Steel Orchestra with Galona, arranged by Kevin Duncan.
Defense Force. Defense Force? Yeah. Big band, Defense Stewart.
So all the members from that band, Defense Force?
No, I think someone from Renegade, someone following.
that was band number 29, of course, from Diego Martin in West Trinidad. Tyreek Roberts, the leader of the West Stars Steel Orchestra, and they played Kevin Duncan's arrangement of Dexter Black Stewart's Girl Owner from 2019, and certainly a strong performance. And I think it's fair that a lot of these bands, if not all of them, have really improved on their preliminary performances, and they're really just hoping that they would have impressed the judges. Is to just try to keep it going. And of course, with 29 bands completed, it means we only have one to go. Band number 30, the final band here this evening, the Defense Force Steel Orchestra from the reserve camp in Macreep, Airways Road in Chaguaramas. The TNT Defense Force Steel Orchestra, and Warrant Officer Class 1 Sheldon Monteith is the leader of the band. Jason Holder is the tuner, and of course the tune is Raising Dust, a tune made popular by Godwin Bowen. He composed it. Johnny Douglas did the lyrics on this song, and Devon Stewart is the arranger for the band. Raising Dust from 1993. Pam Berry made this one. What's say, Ramsey? You alright? You alright? Everybody, band sound good, man. Yeah, no problems. Yeah. As you should see, the bands from West Stars Steel Orchestra taking their bands off stage. Getting ready now for band number 30, the Defense Force. And again, we're talking a little bit about the West Stars Steel Orchestra, band out of Diego Martin there. I mean, what would it mean to you all to get into the finals?
Well, to tell you the honest truth, that will mean plenty, it will mean a lot to us. Our hard work, we put in a lot of hard work since September. We have been through a lot, we have a lot of hurdles, we have been through the ups and downs, but the music was sweet nonetheless. The song choice we chose, everything was arranged perfectly, properly, well done. A proper execution by Kevin Duncan, a very great arranger, upcoming, young youth, just like myself. Kudos to him, and kudos to the entire team of West Stars Steel Orchestra. It would mean a lot to us to really reach into the finals.
Now, who chose this song? How y'all came up with this song?
Well, I guess that was a decision made probably by the arranger, you know, and everybody agreed on it, you know, and I thought it was a great choice. And it was a lovely song to even go with, and it was a great experience to actually learn the arrangement for the song and to come out with something new, fresh to the table, you know what I mean?
Right. And I was supposed to, because it's such a popular song, you find the youth gravitated to it a lot.
Yes, very much so. Our goal is to actually bring the young people in our community in Diego Martin to come together, you know, because we see a lot of youth these days and they look like they want something to do, and I can't think of no other way better than music. I am a musician. I love music to my heart ever since I was small, and music will really bring together the youth in our community and in our scope of things, and the adults could actually see that we are doing something to elevate and to make the community a better place.
Now, in terms of you talk about the hard work that the band has put in between the preliminaries and you had a little time to get to this stage. I mean, how much work did you put in? And I mean, what was that 2-week period like with the break for Christmas and everything?
Yeah, well, we had rest. We took our rest, we took our down days, you know, after preliminaries, we said, okay, well, we're going to hold up and rest a little bit, you know, and then after a certain period, we came out and we started to practice, we started to drill, we started to go through, we started to put the extra effort. We did a lot. We did everything in our own power. You understand? It was on our best interest. We put our best foot forward and we made everything happen. We tried to make everything happen for everybody. So it was like I said, we had our challenges, but we had our great times too. And it was more great times than anything, more good times, more good vibes than anything. Because everybody enjoyed it. I myself enjoyed it. Everybody enjoyed it. All the players, all my friends. It was a really great experience.
And I'm glad because, you know, so people say so many things about so many of the negative things that they tend to focus on, and they don't see that in spite of all of those negatives, that you can be able to produce something that is so positive.
Yes.
You know, and it's the same youths who are driving it.
Yes, I agree. And honestly, this is kind of like a statement. We the youths of this nation, of this country, and especially in Diego Martin too, because that's where I come from, we are the next generation. We are the ones that are going to pave the way for the newer ones to come in. And we're going to need the adults to help us, to show us now. But we want to show the adults that we're doing something better. We want to show everybody that we're going to do something better and create a whole different route for the youth of Diego Martin to come together and to actually love something, you know, love to do something now, like play pan, you know, music, you know, just capture everybody. And if the youth come together in our communities, in the entire nation, if the youth come together, they can make a big change, especially in the pan vicinity.
All right, well, once again, congratulations on a fine performance. I think the fans here really enjoyed it, and we just want to wish you and the band all the best.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, yeah.
And so, ladies
There you
and
just have it there.
gentlemen,
We're talking about band number 29. That was the West Stars
Coming from
Steel
Camp
Orchestra.
Mandarin,
And
Airways Road
from
in
the Water
Chatham.
Wheel Cottages, North
They're
Post
playing a
Road,
tune
River Estate
composed
in
by
Diego Martin
Godwin Bowen,
with
sung for us by
Galona
Johnny Douglas.
by Dexter Black
It's
Stewart.
called
Now we're getting ready
Rising
for the
Dust.
final band.
The arranger for the band is Devon
number
Stewart.
30.
Put your hands
Of
together,
course, Reserve
please,
Camp Macquarie,
for band
Airways
number
Road in
30,
Chaguaramas, the
Trinidad and Tobago
TNT
Defense
Defense Force Steel Orchestra. Of
on
course, Sheldon
stage.
Monteith, the Warrant Officer Class 1, is the leader. Jason Holder is the tuner. Raising Dust is the tune of choice from 1993, written by Godwin Bowen and sung by Johnny Douglas and arranged for the band by Devon Stewart. And no doubt, very interesting indeed. And Devon, I'm sure, will want to end on a high here and maybe just cap off a fine day of pan. So let's take you stateside now for the final band, the band number 30, the Defense Force Steel Orchestra. Thank you.
you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
That is
the
band
final
number 30
this evening
of
here
the
at
30 bands
Victoria
that face the judges
Square.
here. The
Band
TNT
number
Defense
30, the
Force,
Trinbago
band number
Defense
30,
Force
the Defense Force Steel Orchestra,
playing Raising Dust,
bringing the
arranged
curtains
by
down here and
Yvonne
proceedings,
Stewart.
Raising Dust
So we went through
after 1 in the
30
morning,
bands, of which 16
and no
will be
doubt
going to
doing
the
it there.
Queen's
Remember,
Park
16
Savannah.
bands will be advancing to the finals on Saturday at the Queen's Park
On
Savannah,
Saturday,
and
the
we certainly
14th of
look
January,
forward to seeing those names.
starting
So on behalf of the
at
entire
7
team,
o'clock,
we
the
want to thank you for
finals
being here with
for
us
the
on 360
small
TV
bands, the
to
small
bring you
conventional steel bands.
this
That's
amazing
next week,
night of
Saturday.
fun here at Victoria
We
Square.
sincerely hope you've enjoyed our
Semi-finals
program,
action in
and we
the
look forward to the
Panorama,
pleasure
the
of your
small
company
conventional steel orchestra
on Saturday
Panorama
coming at the Queen's
2023. I'm
Park
Ruskin
Savannah.
Martin.